All righty. Sister there. She bad, enough. Look for her. She ready for war. Look at her. She ready, man. I'm scared, man. I'm scared. How you doing, sis? She's like, who, me? I'm
I
innocent.
am doing good. Shalom, everyone. Shalom.
Shalom, shalom, shalom. I see this brother named Roos came on here. What's up, my brother? What's on your mind? What's on your mind, brother? Hello, hello. All right, let me put him in the waiting area. I think he just wanted to come on. All right. What's on your mind, first of all? Peace and love to you. Welcome to the Dagger Squad University. This is your first time on here. You reached out to me the other day. You said, Garfield, we need to have a dialogue. I gotta give you a lesson. You're basically saying the Israelites are Canaanites, and of course, you disagree with that from a theological point of view, I assume, and a historical point of view. All right. All right.
And
So scientific point of view. Oh man. All right. So why don't you tell the people who you are, and we take it from there, and we go from there.
Yes, I would like to say greetings and shalom to everyone. I would like to thank you, Garfield, for allowing me to come on. I did reach out to you. I called you out. And my name is Naphtali Huldah. My channel is African Diaspora United in Christ. I'm going to say that again. It's African Diaspora United in Christ, also known as ADUIC. And you can also follow me on Facebook, which is Naphtali Israel.
Okay.
And so that's a little bit about myself. I've been on YouTube since about 2016. I have a small channel. I haven't been taking it seriously, but I'm starting to take it more seriously now. And I'm trying to get myself out there and get my message out there because it's a lot of misinformation and miseducation being spread around. So I wanted to get out here and spread some new information to get people to think.
All right. I hear that. All right, let me see what this brother wants. Brother Roos, what's up?
Yes, Garfield, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good, my brother. What's on your mind?
Good. It's just it's good. I have to say this. I've watched a lot of debates, and I'm over here in UK. Born and bred in originally from Kenya, came over to UK, so I understand the whole history to do with language and stuff. But I've watched so many debates of black people in America who are debating about these so-called eponymous characters, how you would put it.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Let me ask you this: have you bought the book yet? Like your freeze up, Roos. All right. All right. Let me thank you, by the way, Roos, for coming in and all that stuff. And all right. The brother said, can you give me a link on the Hebrew alphabet coming from the hieroglyphics? All right. Now, the written text stems out of the hieroglyphs. That's a fact. Not the language. The written text comes from the ancient hieroglyphics. It's from the hieroglyphics to the Proto-Sinaitic to the Phoenician, then to the Hebrew. All right. If you don't believe me, well, I don't know what to tell you. All right. All right. Again, showing a Canaanite connection because Hebrew comes out of the Canaanite, of course. All right. The sister getting her information together. I'm gonna get some information together, and we're gonna have a beautiful conversation and just take it where it needs to go. Hold on there 1 second. Let me bring this up. Let me bring up a couple of things here. All right. All right. So what is it you want to talk about first? What is first on your mind?
Well, I wanted to say there is a lot of miseducation in the Hebrew with the Hebrew Israelites. There is, and you are correct. The Hebrew language that we have today is of Phoenician origin, which is of Canaanite origin. That's why we have Zephaniah, and I'm gonna quote the Bible because I'm a Bible believer. And it says, for then Zephaniah 3:9, it says, for then I will restore to the people a pure language, that they all may call on the name of the Lord to serve him with one accord. Our language is no longer pure. It's obvious. The Canaanites took over our language because the Israelite people became one and the same with the Canaanites. We mixed ourselves with the Canaanites, and that's what has led us into the captivity that we are in today.
So that's a theological point of view, which I totally disagree with. And when you say
Well,
we,
there's also that's a theological.
hold on, sis. Hold on. When you say we, by the way, you're referring to you and people who believe, because basically you're just a believer. You're nothing more than a believer in a Bible book, which I'm 100% sure you don't understand. I'm 100% sure you don't understand the Bible. But I'm not going to judge you because I think the black woman is God. Nah, just kidding. I don't subscribe to that. But I do think that you sound very intelligent. Let's see how it goes so far, and let's see how it goes for the rest of the day. But I'm gonna tell you this straight up, I don't take anything in the Bible literal. Not one thing. And the reason is it stems from a story about Jacob and Isaac and Abraham, which are considered in scholarly circles eponymous ancestors. Meaning, if Garfield is in New York or Harlem, and I said I'm a Harlemite, right? Harlem don't necessarily have to come from a guy named Harlem. The Dutch actually named it Harlem, but at the end of the day, that might be the history that I teach people. I'm a Harlemite because of I come from a guy named Harlem. But the truth is, Harlem would be like an eponymous ancestor. It don't necessarily have to be a real person. It could just be something to give me what's called etiology, which is to give me a history of where I come from. No African American. By the way, where are you from? You're from here? You're from African? You're from the United States?
Yes. I live in St. Louis, Missouri.
Okay, so you were born here. Were any of your parents into the Hebrew Israelite stuff?
No, my parents are Christians.
Your parents are Christian. So you
Mhm.
are, sister, by definition, a convert. You are. And the reason why you're a convert, because it's supposed to be passed from mother to father, mother to son or daughter, father to son or daughter, and go on and on and on. Your parents didn't teach any of this.
Well, you can teach what's in your heritage.
Right. But at the end of the day, it's bloodline. So you're
Yes,
saying
through the
that
bloodline.
so you trace your bloodline back to the ancient Israelites from 800 BC, 2800 years ago. Is that correct?
Me personally,
Yes.
yes, we have DNA, haplogroups, all that can
Okay.
trace us back.
Okay. All right. So you have DNA from the people that lived in that area at that time?
Well, I have Nigerian DNA,
Okay.
Igbo,
Okay.
and
Me too.
Igbos, are part of my lineage,
Okay.
and they're Hebrews. So
They're Hebrews. Okay. So let me ask you a question. What type of Hebrew isms do they practice?
Hebrewism.
Yeah. What type of Judaism? And by the way, I'm gonna use the term Judaism because I'm gonna use the term saying that you would follow like a version of Judaism, which is the Black Israelite section. And I'm gonna say that they practice a version of Judaism just for argument's sake, so everybody could understand what we're saying. You might not call it Judaism, but I'm gonna use that as a wider perspective into what we're really gonna dive into today. So if you find that offensive, I'm not trying to offend you or the Igbo people who claim that. But if they practice all right, let's do it this way. If they practice the Torah, right? How
Mhm.
do they practice it? Do they believe in the New Testament like you do?
Well, specifically, do they believe in the New Testament? That is up to individuals.
Okay.
I personally believe in the whole Bible. I believe in the complete Bible.
Okay.
I take what's allegorical to
Mm-hmm.
be allegorical. I take what's meant to be literal as literal. So I
Okay.
can't speak personally for what they, personally
Mm-hmm.
teach. I just know that I can trace my lineage through my bloodline to them, and according to them and what they teach and what they believe and what they know, is that they are the Israelites that the Bible speaks of.
Okay. All
Mhm.
right. So do you feel that you have Israelites or Jews, do you have anyone in history that you could point to in the last 7 to 1,500 years who were claiming that they're Israelites in history? Claiming it.
Claiming it? Do I know personally?
Yeah. Do you know of anybody in history the last 700 to 1,500 years going backwards? So, like from the
I
year
do know
2000
people
all the
personally.
way. No,
I
not
do.
personally, but I'm talking in history, like 200 years ago, 400 years ago. Do you know? Have you found any documents? I'm just asking out of curiosity, not to say I'm trying to dagger you or anything. I'm just
No,
curious.
ask away. I'm just trying to understand.
Okay. All right. You know what's a better question? What is your root to Israelism, to being an Israelite? Who brought you into that?
Well, one thing is that I've always had a relationship, uh, you know, always had a
Most High.
relationship with God. You know what I'm
Mhm,
saying?
mhm,
And so what happened is that as a Christian, um, I started to investigate. I'm an independent researcher.
mhm,
So I started to investigate, look into this. I started to realize that a lot of the information that I've been taught, brought up as a child, was not correct. It was misinformed. I started
mhm.
to realize, I started to look into the different gods, the different deities, the different religions, the different, evolution, the theories, all different types of myths, all different types of, religions all around the world. And I started to, like I said, I looked into Kemet. I looked into all of them, and I found the one that resonated with me, and the one that I can actually, feel comfortable with as far as proving, uh, like I said, like you said, scientifically, uh, you know, um,
Okay.
archaeologically, all
Okay.
those ways. I just don't stay in the Bible. I pull out all types of things to try to see, is
All
this
right.
real? Is this true?
Okay. All right. Do you believe the Bible gives a honest account of the ancient Israelites?
I believe it does. I believe that there is a group of people that do not have a history, that no longer knows their history. And the Bible provides a history for a particular group of people. And it
Mhm.
just so happenly, the African Americans are that group of people because we don't know our history and the Most High preserved it for us.
Okay. All right.
Mhm.
So the Igbos, how did the Igbos in Nigeria find out that they are Israelites? Because you said that you have Igbo. So how did they find out that they are Israelites?
Well, it's just their customs, it's a way of life. You know what I'm saying? When you look at what it is, it's a way of life, it's a custom. It's just the way that they operate. It's just the way they move. It's not a religion. It's just what it's what they do. It's like you follow these laws, you live by this way. It's just a way of life,
All
essentially.
right, let me get a pen because I want to write down everything you're saying. I don't want to miss nothing. I'm gonna give you all the respect. I'm gonna treat you like how I would treat anybody else. Hold on, let me get a paper. And
That's fine. I'm gonna join you in that.
yeah, we're gonna have a real good conversation. I like your energy. You're
Let's get it,
looking
because I
bright.
got a lot to share today. I hope you
That's
take
right.
some notes to learn too. I'm gonna get some
Right.
paper as
Talk,
well.
talk about it. Talk about it. All right. So the first thing I want to get out the way. Let's start with the patriarchs. You believe wholeheartedly. Let me wait for the sister to come back. You believe wholeheartedly, like Abraham and Jacob and Isaac are real human beings that you descend from. You
Yes,
feel
let's actually
you
talk
descend.
about
Hold
what.
on. You feel you descend literally from a Jacob. Am I correct?
Yes, they actually existed,
All
and
right.
I can provide that information for you right now if you're
Right.
ready.
Yeah. 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 That's where I'm going right now because I want to
Okay,
go
let's get into
stages.
that.
All right. Let's get into that right now. So.
So,
Mhm.
Mesopotamia is where they originated from. They were actually called Sumer, is where the land of Shem is. So the Sumerians are the Shemites, and we can provide that.
The land of Shem, you said, is in Sumer. How do you come to that conclusion?
Well, and the Assyrians,
Mm-hmm.
right? We know of the Assyrians. We know of the of the Chaldees.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
the Assyrians are from Asher. Okay, that's from the line of Shem. So the
Okay.
Assyrians are Asher. You can definitely, if you want me to, I can share my screen. But we don't have to get into that. You can write that down and
No,
you can
no,
think
no, no, no. I'm trying to see where you're coming from in your angle. All right. So you're saying that They come from the land of Shem. So when you say land of Shem, where do you consider Shem to be? Can you tell the audience that?
Yes, the land of Shem is Sumer, because that's where the name Sumer came from. It came from Shem. And I'm going to break that down to you with the etymology and everything. So just give me 1 second while I pull that up.
Land of Shem comes from Sumer, and that's where the word Sumer comes from. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
All right, hold on.
Because the name of Shinar is the name of Mesopotamia. Same thing.
Hold on a second. Uncle Shug, I'm not going to beef with you in the chat. You got my number, my brother. I don't cover, and I'm going to say this publicly, I've never covered Brother Polite. I think what you guys are doing is more than enough. Tasha K is more than enough, and nobody's covering anything. And by the way, Mighty Hebrew was never covered by Garfield. And remember, I used to have a Monday night show about sexual offenders. Remember, y'all used to come at me for doing that with Sister Sherry? All right. So be easy, Uncle Shug. We got our differences, but don't start that junk today. All right? Peace and love. And you could keep your $5, by the way. I don't need it. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I muted myself. I'm sorry. I do that. Okay. I just bought me all new stuff, so you guys bear with me. Okay. So here we go. I'm reading my notes. So the origin of the Sumerians was presented by Samuel Noah Kramer. So that's my scholarship in his book, 1963, Book of the Sumerians. This is also found, you guys can find whatever stores, Encyclopedia Britannica, whichever fits your need and your desire for accuracy. You guys can also look into that. So here we go. All right. So the Hebrew vowel E is often equivalent to the cuneiform vowel U, as in this case with the Hebrew word for the name Shem, which is the Akkadian word Shum, which is S-H-U-M. Thus, Sumerian Shumer becomes Hebrew Shemer. It's the Hebrew Shemer. The letter R at the end of Shumer is an amicable consonant, which is not pronounced. The Hebrew vowel E is often equivalent to the cuneiform vowel U. So that's how we get the name Shem, which is Akkadian for the word Shem.
Sis, you're playing a linguistic game. Shem
no,
is
this is
English.
The background.
Hold on. Shem was Mr. Samuel Noah Kramer a linguist?
This isn't about linguistics. This is
about yes, it is, sis, because you said the word Shem. You said the word Shem. You see, what we need to understand is, where did the word Shem come from? The word Shem has nothing to do with Mesopotamia. You know how I know that?
The name Shumer.
You know how I know that?
Prove it then. Provide your sources.
Hold on a second.
I'm waiting for your sources now.
Hold on. No. You need, first of all, that's a total linguistic argument. The only reason why you're mentioning Shem, because he's connected to Elam, which is Persia, Ashur, Arphaxad, Lud, and Aram. Those are the children of Shem. You are trying to connect yourself to Shem. The truth of the matter is, as far as location, this has to do with the Greek time period. It ain't got nothing to do with Sumer. You're going too far back. There's no mention of Shem. There's no mention of Japhet before the Hellenistic period. This is when the Bible was actually written in Hebrew and then retranslated into Greek. There's no reference. Hold on, sis. I made you talk.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll wait.
We go to the word. Let's go to etymology dictionary. Let's look it up. Let's go to the etymology dictionary. I'm gonna share my screen and I'm gonna show you something. Let's take a look at this word Shem in English, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now look at this right here. Hold on 1 second. Let me share my screen. I'm sorry. Let me share my screen. That's the first thing I would do, because I'm not a linguist and you're not a linguist. So what we have to do is refer to somewhere that deals with linguistics.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I put the word Shem in, Samuel actually popped up. But look at this though. The biblical judge and prophet from late Latin, from Greek, Samuel, from Hebrew, Shemiel. Literally the name of God from Shem, name. It means name plus El, God. So it's actually goes from the Greek, goes back to the Hebrew, literally. That's where it comes from. There's
Okay, so
nothing
can we put in
connected.
two
Hold
more?
on. This is etymology and line. Now, if you can show me this term and show me with a linguist, don't tell me what Samuel Noah says, because Samuel Noah is not a linguist. He could make up anything he wants. So if you're saying the word Shem and we go back to Semite or whatever, just remember we are speaking English. You're trying to cross map. You see the word SHUM in Akkadian or Sumerian. That's English. You are trying to force feed Shem into that. That is pseudo linguistics. You cannot do that. You
That's
made that up.
I didn't.
How you made it up? He made that up. I'm saying to you, no.
So is it the source or is it you don't like my source?
No. Sis, this is etymology online.
Yes, that's
You
fine.
don't get no better source than this.
Okay, so can we look in? Okay, so you said etymology online is the only source. So
I never said that. The word goes back to a Hebrew word.
That's
Shem.
okay. I'm just trying to.
I don't disagree with that. There's
That's
nothing to do with Sumerian.
That's okay. You don't like that one. You don't like
that.
that.
No, sis. We got to clear it up because now.
That's okay. We'll use something else. We'll use something else.
Stop sharing my screen. You show me a source now.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. We'll use something else. Okay. I thought that was a good argument, but you said it's not. So I'm on your show. So we're going to have to give you what you feel is appropriate.
No, it's not about what I feel. It's what about what's right and what's wrong. You just said
earlier.
Well,
I felt like it was right, but to you it wasn't.
You felt it was right. But
and
I'm not a linguist. If you want to, I could add a linguist onto the show and he could break it down better than I do. I'm not a linguist.
No need.
But this is the first I've ever heard in my life somebody's trying to say Shum in Sumerian is where they get Shem from.
No, it's the fact that there are two different languages. And so we're trying to show how, like you showed the evolution of how Hebrew went from the Proto-Semitic to the Phoenician, all of that. So I was trying to show you.
Let me call a linguist right now live. Hold on. Let me call Josh Bowen right now. Hold on 1 second.
Call Josh.
Josh, if you're listening.
I'll be waiting to look for something better for you.
All right, no problem. Let me ask Josh real quick on the phone. Hey, I got you live on the air right now, Josh. I'm having a conversation and I need your expertise real quick. Good afternoon to you. I hope you and the family is good, first of all. I got a quick question. The word Shem, does the word Hebrew Shem, does it come from a Sumerian word Shum?
Not that I know of. Shum. What would that mean?
I don't know. The sister is on my show telling me that Shem comes from a word she found in the Sumerian that is spelled out S-H.
Tell him to come on. I can read it to him right now. So just give me 1 second. Let me pull my notes back up because I was trying to find another source for you.
It's a shame. I haven't looked at this. Sorry, you caught me driving on the road.
No, can he hear me? Because I want to explain this to him since he's a linguistic.
In Hebrew, obviously, just means name. So there's an Akkadian word that is a cognate.
Yes, I'm looking at the Akkadian.
Which may be what we're referring to.
It is, yes. I'm referring to the Akkadian.
He can't hear you, sis.
Okay. Well, I wish he could.
Yeah, because I'm trying to get to the bottom of this linguistic stuff, but I'm not a linguist.
Well, since he's not available, we can move on. But I have more.
The issue.
She's basically trying to say that the word Shem comes from the Sumerian word Shum.
Akkadian word.
And trying to now she's saying it's Akkadian.
I've been saying Akkadian this whole time.
Okay. Yeah.
That I can see. I mean, obviously.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Linguistics. As a matter of fact, he needs to come on because we can work together.
Yeah.
Okay. So does the Akkadian word mean name also?
Yes.
Okay.
So
I don't know. I think she's trying to make the point that that's where the word comes from, and that's how they connect to Jacob and Isaac and Abraham and all that stuff.
Oh, I see. I mean, so the problem with linguistic connection and linguistic borrowing between different Semitic languages is obviously incredibly complex, and certainly like it's a whole separate discussion how these languages interacted with one another. Even the connections between Sumerian and Akkadian, and how Sumerian and Akkadian affected one another. I mean, that's a whole specialization in the field. So if the specific argument is what? Like, what is the connection, the cognate nature of an Akkadian word and a Sumerian? I mean, a Hebrew word.
What is
there
your?
There are lots of those.
Yeah, I know, because of Sham is derived from Akkadian and Sama, meaning sky, for instance, the Hebrew word for the sun is Shemin. I don't know. I'm confused. But sis, are you saying that the word Shem in Hebrew comes from that word?
No, I'm not saying that it comes from that word. What I'm saying is it's just like when you say you go into the Greek and you go into, the Phoenician or the, whichever language you want to go into. It's just another example just to provide more, information of how the language evolved. Because, Shem, which is it's the same word as the Akkadian word shum. It's the same exact word, and he verified that for us. Thank you, Mr. Linguistics. And thus Sumerian, Schumer becomes Shemer, and then it became. That's where it comes from. I didn't make this up. This is not from Naphtali. This comes from a very good, credible source. And like I said, it doesn't matter if it's Mr. Kramer. It doesn't matter. You can find this information anywhere. And as you see, the linguistics.
You're saying the word shum led to the word name.
No, they did not lead. They did not lead to each other. I'm not saying that.
I don't understand. You said the word lead to Schumer, which led to Shem, to Sumer. You said it's the root to Sumer. Oh, I'm sorry.
What I'm saying is the Hebrew vowel E is the equivalent to the cuneiform vowel U.
Okay.
It's the equivalent.
The Hebrew E is equivalent to the cuneiform U. Is that correct, Josh?
The letters cuneiform.
The E in Hebrew is equivalent to the cuneiform U.
The E in Hebrew is equivalent to the U. I mean, I'd have to think about that. So each language has its, has a U sound and an E sound. So like Melech for king in Semitic would be sorry, I'm working it through in my head why we would postulate that. Is it we're just trying to see connection between
Sumer and Shem? Yeah.
I mean, so I haven't thought
the comments
about the etymology.
The comments.
So I'm trying to think of how
people saying she got you, Garfield. Move on, bro.
So in Sumerian, it's just Ki and Gi, which of course is nothing like the pronunciation of.
Yeah, because I'm trying to figure out how they get Sumer from Shem. That's really the argument.
Well, I mean, I would, without looking into it, I would suspect there's not a connection. But driving down this highway, I'm not. I don't know how much of a position I'm in to look at it.
Yeah, I think, if that's
Let
the
me ask this:
yeah,
what's the bigger argument? So if I grant that point, just for the sake of argument, then what is the argument that there's a development of the Semitic line from Akkadian to Sumerian, or from Sumerian to Akkadian? Well, what's the argument? Where does that lead?
yeah. What, sis? So what is the point you're making by saying Shem is the root of the word Sumer?
What is the purpose of me saying that?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to bring us into how the Sumerians are Shem. So first I'm going to give you the name, and then I'm going to give you also the locations of the cities. So the cities are named exactly after the people in the line of Shem. And that is not a coincidence. That is just fact. Because if you look at the Mesopotamia, if you look at what is Mesopotamia and you look at what's in the Bible, those are the same names. And if you look at the etymology or the breakdown of the word Shem, then you will see linguistically that the name is the same. It's all the same and it's all equivalent. It all makes sense, it all aligns. And if I was to bring this to a court of law, it would stand.
All right.
I have more. I'm just getting started.
All right. This is craziness, but I'm gonna let her rock. Hey, Josh, thanks, man.
Yeah, of course.
All right. This is more Bible bubble. All right. Cool. All right. Thank you, bro. All right. All right. So continue, sis. I'm gonna let you build. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you build. Go ahead. Continue. I asked you to prove Jacob and Isaac and what do you call it, and let's get to that. Let's go.
Well, I'm trying to get to that because we have to start off with the beginning, and I would get down to that. No problem. So let me continue on. 1 second. Let me get my notes together, guys. Okay. So we know that from this information that the Sumerians, let me finish this. So I said the Hebrew vowel E again is equivalent to the cuneiform vowel U. As in this case, the Hebrew word for name Shem, which is the Akkadian word Shum. Thus, Sumerian Shumer becomes Hebrew Shemer. Again, the letter R at the end of Shumer is amicable, is a consonant which is not pronounced. All right. So again, we have the Assyrians, which are located in the land of Shem. If we're all okay with Shem being Sumer, then I can move on from there. All right. So with that being said, we can get down to the fact that they actually existed. They actually existed in the land of Sumer. The Sumerians were.
Hold on 1 second. Who actually existed?
Shem.
Shem.
Shem existed.
Who's
Noah's son? Noah's son.
Do you have anyone in history, if outside the Bible, calling anyone Shem?
Well, this is
English. Tell the brother stop coaching you, because I'm dealing with you.
You just had a whole guy on the phone.
He don't need to coach you. But even if he's coach you, he get beat up too. So he might as well join and get
That's my husband. So
get a seat and come in. All three of us together.
You know, and
no sense to coach you and hide in the back. Come on the
that's
camera.
Okay.
All right.
But this is about me.
Do you have any records outside the biblical text where anyone is referring to Shem? Show me that somebody outside culture, a neighboring culture, a Hittite, a Elamite, the people who you're referring to, show me that they call themselves Shem.
They call themselves specifically Shem?
Yeah.
Because you have to think about it. You're thinking about different translations of the word. So if they're not going, there's different translation, like the word Hebrew is an English word. So nobody's going to necessarily use the word Hebrew. They can be using the word Eber. They can use the word Iberu. It's so many different ways of saying one thing. Remember,
question.
I'm trying to explain to you the evolution of language.
Anybody Shem?
Yes, they're called the Sumerians. That's what the word Shem, like you said, Semitic is another name for Shem. It's many ways of saying Shem without actually.
Let me write it down. Let me write it down right now. Go ahead. Tell me the words for Shem. Tell me the different words for Shem. Go ahead.
the different words for Shem. There's Sumer. There you have it, right there.
Sumer
Just broke
is
that
Shem.
down.
Okay.
Sumer is Shem.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I have for you.
Sumer is Shem. You're
I
gonna
just,
honestly
I just
say
broke
Sumer
that down
is
for
Shem.
you. I just broke it down.
Hey sis, Sumer. How do you get Shem out of Sumer? How do you get that? You keep repeating that over and over like it's facts. Sumer is Shem. Are you serious?
Okay, so I'm at the point where it feels like I understand you may not like it, but that's the way it is. I'm not making this up. You just had a linguistic on the phone. It's coming from, that's where it came from. You're looking at the etymologies and the root of words, and you're breaking down ancient words. We have to go back through ancient.
What is your source? Give us your source. What is your source for this? Did you get it from Dr. Rappaport? Somebody's asking in the chat. Where did you get this from? Let's deal with the source. Who's your source for this?
I said that I gave my scholarship, but if you don't like that, I can look for a better one. I mean, which one would you prefer?
Sis,
I don't know.
Sis, I'm trying to help you out right now.
Oh,
because you are blinded by belief by trying to teach my audience that the word Suma means Shem. It doesn't mean Shem.
It doesn't. So the actual word,
the Hebrew E is the same as the Sumerian U. The linguist was like, he didn't want to come out and say it. It's rubbish. That's garbage.
He said he didn't understand.
That's garbage.
He said it was true
about it. It's garbage.
Well, bring him back on and tell him to tell it to my.
Hold on a second. Sis, you don't speak Sumerian. I don't speak Sumerian. I'm saying to you right now, you made that up. Give me your source. Who is your source for that?
Oh my gosh! So when you go into the land of,
who is your source for that? It's simple.
I provided is from right here. It's from Samuel Noah Kramer in his 1963 book, The Sumerians.
Okay.
Kramer is considered by many to be the greatest Sumerologist of the
but he's not a linguist.
The achievements of Sumerians in the areas of the areas of religion, education, and literature left at deep impression not only on their neighbors. Okay, so it's just the fact is that you say he's not a linguistics. We don't know that. I can
he's
look.
Not. He's a Sumeriologist. I know Samuel Kramer's record is. I use his work all the time, but he's not a linguist.
You just had a linguistic on here, and he did not disagree. He said he didn't
disagree that the word Suma means Shem. Weren't you listening?
I was listening.
Also disagree with you that the Hebrew E is the same as the Sumerian U. That's a lie. You made it up.
He just said it. He just said yes. Can you replay that?
Sis, he never said that.
Replay it then. Replay or bring him back on and let's hear him say it again. Because I heard differently. So it's your word against mine.
All right, sis. You know what? Well, let's do this. You prove Jacob, Isaac, and Abraham existed. That's all I want you to do right now. That's what we're focusing on. Whether Sumer is Shem or Shem is Sumer, let's get to the bottom. Let's get to the bottom. Let's get to the core of this. Because this is crazy right now. But anyway, let's go. Wow. Wow. Wow.
I did not make this up. This is okay. So let me find another source for you because I'm starting to feel like because one guy said even though I didn't hear him say that, but this one guy trumps everything that I found. Just this one guy, and he says I made all this up. Interesting. I didn't make this up. I gave you a source. You don't like my source. I don't like your source. So I guess there you go. It's the same thing, it's like but the thing is you cannot ignore is the fact that the names that are in the Bible are the exact same names that are found in Mesopotamia. You can't ignore that. Because
they were influenced by the Babylonian records when they were in Babylon. Of course they're going to influence them. Berosus' writings influenced the writings. Of course they're going to correlate. That doesn't prove anything.
So who are the Babylonians to you? Let's get into that.
Or the Babylonians the Babylonians lived in a certain time period, but they're not you. They are not you, sis.
The Babylonians were Shem. The Babylonians a part of
Shem don't exist, sis. What are you talking about? The Shem is a biblical invention. There's no culture called Shem. It's a biblical invention.
Okay, so let's talk about the Assyrians.
All right, let's look at this. Japhet is an homonym for Iapetus. Iapetus is a Greek god. That's where the word comes from. That's the root of it. What is it doing in your biblical text? It's simple.
Japheth?
All those names are geographically connected because these are the areas where the Greeks actually ruled. This map that you're talking about is a Hellenistic map. If
Okay,
you
let's
put
talk
the map
about
on the
Japheth.
screen, hold on a second. Let me bring this map up on the screen. Hold on
Let's
one
talk
second.
about Japheth.
By the way, too, the word
about
Shem is a Hebrew word, right? I have never seen anybody in history mention that Shem, that word Shem, and Anonymous Hebrew is in the chat. He speaks Hebrew. Anonymous Hebrew, do you agree? He speaks Hebrew. Do you agree that the word Shem is Sumer? Let me ask him in the chat.
They may be
He's in the
ignorant to
chat.
the
And
information.
he
You need
speaks
to look
Hebrew.
it up.
He's an Israelite
Look
like
it up.
you. And
Look
I
it up.
know
Look
he
into
will
it.
not.
Investigate it thoroughly. Please do. I don't think everybody knows this information, but that's okay. I have
It's
more.
not
I don't
about
have
knowing
to
the
say
information. It's trying to cross to prove something. I'm trying to ask you a simple question. Shem, Ham, and Japhet in history. When are people using these terminologies
Ham
in
is used
history?
all the time. Ham is
Where?
used all the time.
When are they using it?
Look on the
You
map.
said
Look the
Shem
word
is Sumer,
tomato
right?
is
I'm gonna
potato.
show you how much of a lie you're telling right now. Shem,
Okay.
what is Shem? Where is the geographic location for Shem?
I
Watch
just
this.
told you it was Sumer.
Okay, watch this. Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Watch this. Shem, right? Look
Look
in
at
the Bible. What
Mesopotamia
is
and look
Shem?
at
Hold on.
Mesopotamia.
Sis. Hold on. Hold
Mhm.
on 1 second. We're gonna look at a map right now.
That's
I'm gonna show
Mesopotamia.
you what Shem is.
Mhm.
Shem is right here. I'm gonna show you where Shem is. Let's take a look right here.
Mhm.
I'm gonna share my screen and we're gonna look at this map. You said Shem is Sumer. That's not true. That is not true.
Says
Look
you.
at this. Hold on, sis. Don't talk when I'm talking. This is the map
Oh.
of Shem, Ham, and Japhet. This is right here. All these areas is Shem. Right here. All of this is Shem. All of this right here is Shem. Arabia is Shem. Rama is Shem. Dedan is Shem. All these areas is Shem. Ham is over here. Put Kemet, Egypt, and Cush, and another area, Canaan. That's where Ham is, according to your biblical text. So
We don't
now
have to
you
use, I'm
saying
not
Shem,
using biblical.
you're
Let's
saying
not use,
Shem.
I thought we
Shem
weren't using
includes
Bible.
Aram, Ashur, Elam, and Joktan over this area. That's what it includes.
Can we use a regular map?
You said
Mesopotamia?
Sumer. You said Sumer is Shem. That's not true. You're making it up.
No, look at the map. Look at the
The
map.
map
It didn't
is
fill out
telling
the
you,
world
Sumer, of
history.
course, it is a part of it. But you forget Ashur is a part, Elam is a part, Aram is a part, Arabia is a part. They're all Shem,
Yes,
according to your biblical text.
that is correct. And guess who's
So
at
why
that?
did you say Shem is Sumer?
Because Shem includes a lot of people. That's not
Okay.
all. Shem had 8
But you
sons.
said Shem is Sumer. Why didn't you say Shem is Arabia?
Arabia is
Joktan.
not we're going back ancient, and Arabia comes from Aram. Okay,
Hold
there
on,
you go.
hold
In
on,
the land
sis.
of
Hold on.
Aram comes. Arabia comes from
Sis,
Aram.
sis,
Aramaic comes
sis,
from Aram, who's also a Shem.
sis. I don't believe in your text. I don't believe nothing
That's
you're saying.
okay. But guess what?
I am
You
saying
just
is,
said Arabia.
historically
I'm telling you where
speaking.
it came from.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Shem, Ham, and Japhet. What do these things have in common? What do they all have in common in history? At what time period? Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. At what time period was this ruled by one culture?
Okay.
What time period?
I'm gonna answer that, right? But let
Go
me say this. Arabia comes from Aram, and Aramaic comes from Aram, which is Shem. Okay, so while that I got my point out, I'm going to pull out your point. Now, what were you saying?
Sis, all I'm gonna say to you is this. All these areas, what is in common with all these areas? Japhet, Ham, and Shem. What is going on at this time period?
I don't know why you're not using a real map.
No, what's wrong with this
map?
What's wrong with this map?
Because it's part of the Bible. Aren't we supposed to be getting out of the Bible?
No, this is a biblical. Oh, you want into my biblical map? You're the first person ever to
biblical map. I want to see the map of Mesopotamia. I want to see the map of Mesopotamia.
Ladies and gentlemen who are listening, the reason why they use Shem, Ham, and Japhet, this connection was connected to the Greeks. That's where the Greeks had control over. Simple as that. The Ptolemies and the Seleucids and the other two families, they control everywhere in Shem, Japheth, and Ham. That's why it was
The
important.
Canaanites are the
Hold on, sis,
Philistines
sis,
are the
sis.
Greeks. So what
Hey,
you
hey,
saying?
hey. I made you talk. Let me talk.
I have never talked. Actually, I
You have
said one
never
sentence
talked?
and you cut me off.
Can I talk now? It's my show. Can I talk?
You can have the floor.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're
I appreciate
welcome.
that.
No
All
problem.
right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to pay attention real carefully. The reason why Shem, Ham, and Japheth is important is because that's the time period when the Hellenistic people were in control of all those areas. There's nobody talking about a Shem, Ham, and Japheth outside the Bible. This is why she's trying to make a connection with Shem with Sumer. Shem with Sumer. This is why. So now when she's here talking about Shem, Ham, and Japheth, all we're trying to figure out is, why are you trying to prove Abraham, Jacob, and Isaac and Abraham by saying Shem is Sumer? That doesn't prove they're real. Where is Abraham? Where is Jacob? Where is Isaac? Where's all these patriots that you believe you come from? That's the point. So if I'm talking and you cut me off, I'm gonna speak over you because it's just nature. But I'm trying to say to you, sis, you have to be honest with yourself. What you're saying, somebody made it up and you're trying to add on to it. So let's go. Your turn to talk. What's your next? Can you please prove Jacob, Isaac, and Abraham and all these crazy patriarchs? Can you prove that, please? Let's go.
Okay. All right. So first thing I'd like to know is what is your origin?
What does my origin have to do with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? See, that's the craziness with Hebrew Israelites. Where you from? All of y'all are converts, but you want to ask people where they're from. Stop it. Where I'm from has nothing to do with it. You need to prove Abraham, Jacob, and Isaac. That's all I'm waiting for. I'll sit back and listen.
Okay, so can you tell me your origin story?
My origin
So
story,
that
my
we can,
mom
so
and
we
my
can,
dad.
so we can
My
connect.
mom and my dad, they had me labor with 9 months with my mom.
Creation story, creation.
Yeah.
How did the world come about? How did
That
the
has
universe? How was the universe
sis,
created?
sis, you're moving the goalpost to a whole nother conversation about creation. I am asking you, can you prove Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? That's where we're at. How the world was created, you know what? I don't have the answers. I don't know. I wasn't there. Neither were you. You are following a story a man wrote. I don't have to hold to that. I'm living life. The point of the matter is, you got to prove Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Let's go. I'm waiting.
Okay, so prove Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Okay, so how would you prefer me to do that? Because I'm trying to have you pull up a map of Mesopotamia. You won't pull the map up.
What map do you want to pull? Sis, you could pull up the old map on your screen and share it. We can share it together. I'll
Okay,
press the
I
button
asked
for
you
you to
earlier
share.
if you can share
Go
my,
ahead,
if I
sis.
can share my
Go ahead,
screen.
sis. You could share your screen. Let's
Thank
go.
you so much for that. I'm
Let's
going to go ahead and
go.
do that right now.
You see, that's what Hebrew Israelites like to say. What's your origin? Origin ain't got nothing to do with the conversation. Go ahead, sis. Make your case. Mm, 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 mm.
All right, you guys see my screen? Okay, this is okay. I have two things going on, guys. Bear with me. I have a really huge
Yeah,
monitor.
start it out, man. We'll wait. I'm not in no rush. We got time.
Can you see it though? Can you see
I
everything?
could see your screen, but it's split. So you have to make
Split.
it
So
one.
what I'm going to do is cut out this side. All right. Just a second. This mouse. All right, there we go. Sorry, guys. This
Yes,
is
in
my
the
first
meantime,
time.
let me read real quickly for the family, and I want to share this on the screen also. Let me as a matter of fact, let me share this with the audience. I'm going to share this right now because this is important. It goes back to what you said earlier, and I thank you, by the way, for actually trying to document what you're saying. You're not being a person who just talks, but you're actually trying to prove what you're saying. So I actually appreciate that from you. All right. Let me share this anyway while you're doing that. Let me click off this. Click off this. Let's get it together. We have time, sis. You don't have to rush. We have time. All right.
I just hope that you provide me the time. That's all I'm saying because, um, I have a lot to share. I just want you to be a little patient with me because
Of
I'm
course.
just, this
Of
is
course.
my, I have new technology on this
Take your
machine.
time, sis. Take your time.
And you have to bear with me, guys, because I just got it Tuesday. I'm really excited. And so if I leave, don't laugh at me because I don't know what I'm doing.
Nah, nah, you're good, man. You're good, man. You're good, man. And pardon me if I was cutting you off earlier. My apologies for that. All right. But I'm gonna give you all the time to speak. Say what you got to say.
Yeah, so I was just trying to bring up a map of Mesopotamia because,
Do you want me to bring it up? Is there a specific map? Do you want me to Google one and put it up? I could do that if you want me to.
well, you can because the Bible, it speaks on Nimrod. And Nimrod land was the land of Shinar, and it spoke of Iraq, which is Uruk, which is makes him in marker. So I was going to get into the Sumerians
Hold on,
and
hold on,
their
hold on.
history.
I'm sorry. Say that again. That makes him a what marker?
In marker, the
N marker
god
as
in
in
marker.
DNA? You mean like a DNA marker?
No, what
Oh,
I'm speaking on how his name has, so okay, so let me just slow down because I see that you take uh what people would consider to be mythology as just myth, and you don't believe in any of it as far as it being anything historically valid. Is that correct?
um, I think the biblical text is ahistorical. You'll find real people's names, but that don't necessarily mean the story is true because people are just telling a story. It's all about etiology.
So what
And
about the Enuma Elish? What about the Ugaritic texts? What about the
what
Amarna
about them? What
tablets?
about them?
All these, the Epic of Gilgamesh, all these correlate and coincide with what's going on in these different civilizations.
Okay.
Okay, so it may
What
not
does
be
that
the
have to do?
actual
What does that
biblical
what
account, because
what does that
but
have to do with Israelites?
they correlate with the history. And what I'm trying to
Hold on,
show
sis.
you is how
Hold on.
all this stuff aligns together to prove a further point that the Israelites in the Bible correlates with whatever his. I don't know if you believe the Enuma Elish to be historical or the Epic of Gilgamesh or the Ugaritic text. I don't know what text you view as. That's where I'm at because I don't know what you view as. As something that is
I've
credible.
read on all of them. What
I'm
so
just
what is
saying,
your
but do you
point?
think any of
I
those
don't
are
get your
credible
point.
sources?
I don't get your point though. What is your point? You said Nimrod. Let's look at Nimrod.
I want to know, do you believe any of those to be anything of credibility? That's what I want to know.
Hey, Chuck Morgan, you the perfect guy, man. Perfect guy. I wish I could bring you on the panel real quick.
He can. Bring
He's
him.
Chuck Morgan, come here 1 second. If you got a second, I want to ask you this question real quickly because he deals with the Sumerian text real hard. So I got a question for you. Come on, if you have time. Anybody want to come on, by the way, but come on and be respectful. If you disrespect the sister in any way, I'm going to cut you off. You could disrespect me if you and try, but you're not going to disrespect the sister while I'm on. All right. So
Bring
not Chuck
the heat.
Morgan.
I
Not
like
Chuck
heat.
Morgan.
Bring it. Get it hot in here because, like I said, I have so much to bring out. We're still stuck. I'm still stuck in Mesopotamia.
Okay, but I'm saying, what do you want
I need
to
to know
say?
what because if I'm going to bring out information, let's not waste people's time. I'm going to
All
bring
right,
out
sis,
information and you say, oh,
information
that's not
before. All
good.
right, all right,
Oh,
all right.
that you're
So,
bringing
all right.
that out.
No. You see, what happened is you brought out Samuel Kramer,
I'm
right?
going to bring out something else, and that's why I'm asking you. Do you like the Enuma
No,
Elish? Do you like
hold
the
on,
Epic
hold
of
on.
Gilgamesh? Do you like
All
any
right,
of those? Well, conscious William, there is a creator. There's something called intelligent design, and we can get into that too. I am listening to Mr. Garfield. I want him to give me his input. That's why I asked the
Dr.
question.
Josh Bowen going to come on for a minute to explain the Sumerian stuff. All right. So I'm going to send him the link real quick. And we could clear that up real quickly with the Sumer, because what happened is this: the article you used was from a 1963. And what happened is scholars has refuted what he said.
I'm
That
sure they
Sumer is
will.
Shem.
I'm not.
Hold on. So now, if I bring you a source that corrects that information, will you still use that information?
I can, if I bring a source that corrects your information.
That's fine. That's fine.
Well, that's what we're going to have to do then. Because like I said, that's why I'm asking you, what's, I can bring out my sources and,
but what are you bringing the source? I asked for Abraham half an hour ago and you still haven't proved Abraham yet. We're waiting for Abraham, sis.
What I'm trying to prove to you is that Shem exists. And if Shem exists, therefore Abraham existed. You see the logic?
Sis, that doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't.
No, it doesn't. So hold on a second. Somebody says Homer. Hold on. Do you believe Homer existed in the Greek culture? Do you believe Homer is real?
In Greek culture?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Homer is fiction. They know that.
Why do you keep
what I'm saying?
Greek?
You don't prove somebody. Sis. If somebody says Shem exists, that means Abraham exists. Why are we having a conversation?
Why do we need to use? Okay, so let me just slow down. You like to use the Greek. We can stay in Greek. That's fine. But the truth is that there, if you want me to pull out something that says Abraham existed, that's not going to be possible, and you know that.
No, but you said you trace your roots back to them and you could prove them. So how are you going to tell me that Garfield, well, I have so much information, I don't know what I can pull out. Information of what?
Well, the information that I was utilizing to prove, you don't like
it. You prove
so let's take another.
Sis, I don't want to cut you off.
You are.
Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. That's where we're at right now.
Okay.
Can you prove they existed? That's all I want to know.
It's just like me asking you. It's like you asking me to prove if the president George Washington existed. No, I can't go out and go find George Washington. Have you seen him?
You can't prove George Washington existed.
No, you did. It's word of mouth.
Yes, you
word of mouth.
Sis, I got newspapers.com. We could go on right now.
I got papers too, but I got Sumer. You don't like it. You don't. It's just like this.
No, it's not about liking a source. I never said I don't like my source.
You don't like my. Okay, so listen. You don't like my source. I tell you that's okay. We can move on, and we can move on to something else that you may like that I can bring out.
It's not about liking, sis. It's about pushing information that can be verified.
You kept telling me that I made stuff up. You just told me that you said the whole thing about
what is the truth? I didn't lie. Samuel Kramer made it up.
Now he made it up. But those newspapers that you were telling me they didn't make it up, right? The newspapers didn't make it up though, right? Because
George Washington existed.
Hey, why not? Why not? Right?
The newspapers made it up.
They could. Why did Kramer make it up? He is the greatest numerologist. He's real decorated. I guess he's lying.
Sis. All I'm saying is this, right? If you're gonna say somebody existed based off you feel Shem is Sumer, now all I have to do is prove that Shem is not Sumer. Then does that say that he doesn't exist? With your logic,
let's prove it.
If I prove Shem is not Sumer,
let's do it.
Does that mean Abraham don't exist?
Let's do it. Prove me wrong. That's what we're here today. Prove me wrong then.
All right. So you're saying to us right now publicly, you have no evidence that you can prove and verify that Abraham is a real guy. You don't have any evidence.
That Abraham is a real guy based off of what your standard is?
What is your standard? What is your standard? Tell me, teach me. What is your standard?
My standard is that people say there's no evidence outside of the Bible. The Bible proves that, Mesopotamia is the land of Shem. Shem resides in the land of Mesopotamia. They're found. Just like the land of Ur, which is also the son of Aram. Okay, so I gotta use the Bible to prove that I'm using both. Okay,
All right.
so
All
give
right.
your girl something for that. All
Okay.
right. So listen,
Right.
so I say that the son of Aram is and of the
Okay.
Chaldeans, which exist. The Chaldeans do exist in history, right? The Assyrians do exist in history, correct? So we
Hey,
don't have
can I ask
Elams
a
or the
question?
Persians,
One question. The Chaldeans are real people. Am I correct?
and so are the Babylonians.
No. I didn't ask that. The Chaldeans are real people, right?
Yes.
All right. Is Abraham from Chaldea?
Abraham is from the line of
No,
Arphaxad.
no, no, no. No, listen, I'm saying, is Abraham from Chaldea?
Is Abraham from Chaldean? Exactly. Let me go back and see. I got my
No, it says in the Bible that Abraham is from Ur of the Chaldees.
so he's Chaldean.
All right. Now, look at this.
Thank you for proving that for me. You actually helped me out there. Thanks.
All right.
But
Now,
I was getting ready to
Chaldean,
pull up my I had my map up to show how the line
the
of
genealogy and everything. Okay. I could pull
yeah,
that up for
so
you. Now,
the
watch this. Now, watch
Chaldeans.
this. Now, watch this. Abraham is a Chaldeans. I just proved that for you. You thank me for that, right? The
Mhm.
Chaldeans never came into the Levant until the 9th century BC. How could Abraham, hold on, listen, let me finish. How could Abraham be from Chaldeans and Chaldeans never came into that region until the 9th century BC? Now, let me give you a source of that real quick. Hold on.
You asked me a question. You didn't let me talk.
Hold on. Let me
Guys,
give you
did
the
you?
source. I got to give you the source. Hold on. I got it right. Oh, man, I got to go in my book for that. That's in my book. But that's Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer, I think, page 266 documents that Chaldeans.
Who is Oppenheimer? Who is he? I'm gonna look that up right now.
Oppenheimer, Life of Ancient Mesopotamia. That's the name of the book.
Sorry, guys. 1 second.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me do this.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna use my phone. I'm not gonna use this computer. Like I said, I just got
Let me go to my book because it's in my book.
Oppenheimer. Let me go there. Oppenheimer. Is it J. Robert Oppenheimer?
No.
Which one is he?
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you right now. Give me a second.
No worries. I'll wait.
All right. But the point is that I'm bringing him up is because he basically is one of the experts on your country that you like, Mesopotamia.
And my expert wasn't good enough though. But it's okay.
No, but that's an old source. That's a linguistic argument by somebody who's not a linguist. That's why he ran into trouble. It sounded like it'll make it true.
That was just one. That was just the linguistic side of it. I'm trying to bring out the archaeological side too.
That's fine, sis. But we're still on Abraham.
That's fine.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. It's an email. Hold on there. Oppenheimer. Hold on there. Oh, A. Leo Oppenheim. It's not Oppenheimer. Oppenheim. Ancient Mesopotamia, page 386 to 394. Let me tell you exactly what he said.
Can I get his name?
A. Leo Oppenheim. Ancient Mesopotamia.
Leo. Oh, 1 second. Let me bring him up. I see him. So he's an Assyriologist. And his name is Adolf, who's a Hittite. Watch my video on that, guys.
All right. So here's the linguist, Mr. Josh Bowen in the building. Dr. Josh Bowen. All right. So I hate to throw you in a fire like this, but you see, I learned something from you, Dr. Josh. Don't talk about stuff that you're not an expert on. I'm not a linguist, but I will do the sound alike stuff a lot. And I see I'm guilty of that too for years, where I'll hear a word and it sounds like I'm like, yes, it's the same thing.
Sure.
The sister is basically saying that the word Sumer is equivalent with Shem. And I have a problem with that, but she got it from what's his name in 1963, which is the guy that wrote the book about Sumer. He's one of the greatest guys that deal with Sumer in the history. But he wasn't
Oppenheim?
Right, but he wasn't a linguist. Not Oppenheim. Hold on, let me tell you his name right now. Samuel Kramer.
Okay.
Right. So he wrote it in 63, but
what did Kramer say?
Kramer said that, hold on a second. He used hold on a second. He used a guy's work by the name of hold on, let me tell you exactly. The guy's name is Arno Pobel. He published a work in American Journal of Semitic Languages.
Yeah, Pobel was like the granddaddy of Sumerian grammar.
Right. So he basically was making a case that Sumer means Shem or Shemer, but that's where it comes from. So I'm saying to the sister, this is a 1963 claim, which has possibly been refuted by scholars today or later on. What is your thought on that?
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know that I've ever heard anybody make that. I mean, the etymology of words is obviously vastly complex. So in Sumerian, ki and gi is how you say Sumer. And so in Akkadian, it's Shumeru. So I would be surprised. I'd like to just see what Pobel and Kramer are saying.
I'm here, so you can hear it from me, okay? So I can explain this better for you because he's not breaking it down the way that I did. So let me say this for you. Hi, what's your name?
Josh.
Hi, Josh. I'm Naphtali. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Naphtali.
So here we go. So this is how I broke it down. And this came from, excuse me. So the origin of the Sumerians that was presented by Samuel Noah Kramer in his 1963 book, The Sumerians. Now, Kramer is considered by many to be the greatest Sumerologist. Okay.
He was awesome, no doubt.
Thank you, because he just said my source was nothing. But thanks, Josh. I like you. Okay. So here we go. So it says the actual word in Hebrew is English, correct? Okay. The Hebrew word is Ivri or Eber, right? Because the Hebrew word is not even a Hebrew word. Okay, so let's get into it. So the Hebrew vowel E is often equivalent to the cuneiform vowel U, as in the case with the Hebrew word for the name Shem, which is the Akkadian word Shum, which is Shum. Thus, Sumerian Shumer becomes Hebrew Shemer. The letter R at the end of Shumer is an amicable consonant, which is not pronounced. So, and that's what I had said to him. And he told me that you said that that's trash, that that's garbage. Do you agree?
Sorry.
Trash? Do you think that's trash?
Sorry, let me just make sure I understand what's going on. So are you reading from Kramer?
Yes, I quoted him.
Directly?
Yes.
Which
I just
from his book. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
1963. Hold on, let me say it for you again for the people in the back.
Sure.
Samuel Noah Kramer, in his 1963 book titled The Sumerians, is my source. And this is who I'm quoting for.
What page is that on? Because I actually have that on my computer. What page is that on?
I don't exactly have the page, but I'm sure
if you're saying that Samuel Kramer said it, that means somebody's quoting him. So where is that person? How do we know that person is quoting him correctly?
Let
So
me.
give me the source of what you're reading.
All right.
Yeah, that's all I was asking, if you were paraphrasing or if somebody was paraphrasing or if it was a direct quote. That's all.
No, this actually came from him, but I didn't know I needed to have page numbers and PDF. You want me to send you the PDF next? I can. I mean, do you need me to purchase the actual book? I don't know what you
I'm
guys need me to do.
I'm definitely not hostile to you.
But I've been getting a little hostile with someone's been getting a little hostile with me. So excuse me. But let me go ahead and try to get that for you, Josh. If I leave, guys, forgive me.
No, it's fine. You don't have, it's totally fine. I just, so the R on the end is what's sort of throwing me. So, okay.
He said it's amicable. They're saying that, it's like, so.
Yeah. So okay. This is why there's no question that in Sumerian, sorry, my 3-year-old has wandered in. What, buddy?
Are you ready?
Almost. I'll be out in a minute, okay? I love you. So definitely like ki and gi in Sumerian, you can have Sumerian words can have an R at the end, which is just considered, they call it an auslaut, and it's just it's a letter that's often not pronounced if you don't have some sort of a vowel following it. So if that's what he means, I'm fine with that. The problem with the R in Sumerian, though, in the Akkadian word, I wrestle with, and again, like I haven't looked into the etymology.
I know you haven't been able to look into this. I'm just saying, is this trash?
If Samuel Noah Kramer said it, nothing that Samuel Noah Kramer said that I know of is trash.
He wasn't a good source.
Well, I mean,
I felt he was.
Sure. Okay. So maybe, Garfield, you correct me if you think I'm misstating what you're saying. There are lots and lots of things that early Sumerologists and Assyriologists said that have they've just shown to be not true, right? And that's no fault of theirs. They were working with material that they had, and they were doing the best that they could with it. I can guarantee that my dissertation, which I was writing on Sumerian literary and liturgical texts from Kish, like I can promise you that in 50 years, people are going to look back and say, well, Josh was definitely wrong about that. But I mean, I'm doing the best with what I had, the material that I had. So Kramer was a phenomenal Sumerologist and Assyriologist. I mean, he translated and translated and translated and translated. But that doesn't mean that everything that he said was, right. Which is the only reason that I'm asking about, that it gives me pause. I would suspect that the R is a significant consonant in the word Shumeru because that's a surprising argument to me. It just but sorry, go ahead. I feel like I've.
No, Josh, I just wanted to know, is this argument trash?
Well, I don't know what the argument. I haven't heard the argument, but if it's Samuel Noah Kramer talking,
my argument, excuse me, not to cut you off, Josh.
Sure.
My argument was, and this is my argument. My argument is that I'm sorry, I'm having an echo. Okay. My argument is that the land of Samaria was the land of Shem. Was inhabited by the some people of Shem, which was Aram. I didn't get that part out. I know that the whole Mesopotamia, like it says you're an Assyriologist, so you know that Assyrians came from the line of Asher. It looks like you have a dragon back there. Aren't those on the walls of Elam? The walls of
this one comes from Nebuchadnezzar II's.
Yes, but the
palace,
Elamites are back there, and they're black, right? You right? Correct? No, I can bring that up if you want me to, and you can share.
What is the point of you saying Sumer and Shem? Break that down.
I want him to. You brought him on, so let me ask. I get to ask questions too. So, Josh, aren't those images? Isn't that dragon back there? of
Sis,
Elam.
we're talking about Sumer and Shem. Please, that's why.
Elam is Shem. It's all.
Listen, sis. Can you break down what is your point about Sumer and Shem, so he could give you a response?
He's Assyria is Shem. Elam is Shem.
Oh man.
How is that not relevant? I'm so confused. Can you tell me, Josh, why that's not irrelevant?
What
Why
is the
that's
argument
irrelevant?
that you're making about Sumer means Shem? What can you please explain to him so he could hear it? That's why he's here.
I just broke down the reason why I said it was Shem, because Elam, which is behind his head, was located in what is called Mesopotamia. I'm trying to prove that these people existed in the Bible as well as in the cradle of civilization. The oldest, most profound civilization I'm saying to you are the Shemites. And I'm utilizing linguistics as well as archaeological, as well as genealogical, if you get me to that point. I don't know what else I need to say, Garfield, that's confusing you. This whole thing is relative. Here's why. Because if the Bible gives us a group of people and they so happenly live in a location that it says they live, and so happenly that location is the cradle of civilization, and so happenly they exist, does that not provide argument that my belief in the Bible is actual factual based off of that alone?
All right. How does Schumer mean Shem? That's all I'm asking you to repeat that. Say
How
whatever
does
you want.
in the Hebrew vowel, E is often equivalent. Oh, I'm a nut. Really? So the Hebrew vowel is often equivalent to the cuneiform vowel U, as in this case with the Hebrew word for the name Shem, which is the Akkadian word Shum. Thus, Sumerian Shumer becomes Hebrew Shemer. The letter R at the end of Shumer is an amicable consonant which is not pronounced.
Is that last word that you're saying Shinar, Shinar?
Shinar.
Like Shinar? Is that what you were saying?
No. Shinar,
okay.
The land of Mesopotamia. Okay. I'm not talking about the land of Mesopotamia in its whole. Right now, I'm just talking about the land of Sumeria. Just one. And we don't need, that was just one of many things that I have to say. The Assyrians.
I'm sorry. I'll come out in just a minute, okay? I love you.
Going to tell me how I'm a nut, because all I'm doing is asking questions. I have not gotten out of line. I'm not hysterical. I'm just speaking very intelligently amongst some peers. So why don't you come on, Tamika, and let's hear what you have to say. Meanwhile, while I continue, the Hebrew word vowel E is often equivalent to the cuneiform vowel U. So,
okay, so let me see if I can say, like, just so everybody knows what we're talking about. So there's an Akkadian, and you probably know this, but just so that everybody else knows, there's Akkadian, Aramaic, Arabic, Syriac, Ugaritic. These are Semitic languages, right? And so there's different words have in different languages have cognates. Salam alaikum, shalom, alechem. I mean, like, people can just hear the parallels. So different words have similar consonants across, members of a language family. So shame, in Hebrew, the word for name, shame, is the cognate of the Akkadian shumu or shumum, if you have the, at any rate. So shumu, shame. So there's no question about that. I don't know that says, I'd be interested to just read his article, Kramer's article, or Kramer's book. He said it's in his book. I'd just be interested to read what he's saying about that in full. So I don't know that I can speak on it.
That's okay.
Here.
We can definitely come back and do this again, you know? And only thing that I'm saying, Josh, to you is this, okay? All right. I just want to know, is this argument a reasonable argument?
I mean, I would say that anything that comes from Kramer, I would take seriously. That doesn't mean that it's right, but I would take it seriously.
But let's talk about this, Josh. So, for instance, and I don't want to be rude to you or anything. I thank you for coming on tonight. So, because I'm learning too. I'm an independent researcher as well. So, when we get into the like Mesopotamia, right, and you look into the Assyrians are from Asher, right? Because Asher noble, all the different kings, they carry the name Asher within their names, correct? Asshur. So that's not a coincidence that the Bible tells you the origin of where Asher comes from, as well as the Ur of the Chaldeans, the land of Ur, which exists into real history. We know that they historically existed, as well as the land Erech or Uruk, which is modern day Iraq, correct? Which is the land that Nimrod inhabited. So what I'm just saying here is that we can provide.
Oh man. Hey, let me ask you this, brother. Let me ask you this, Josh. In your book, right? You talked about the patriots and Abraham and all that stuff. What is your view on Abraham being a historical person based on your book? You have a very good book that I suggest everybody buy it. It's the Atheist Guide to the Old Testament. And what is your view on Abraham?
Yeah, I mean, the patriarchs are difficult in that, and actually, Joel Baden just went on with Derek on Myth Vision and had an excellent video actually about that particular topic. And he gives sort of the consensus, I think, scholarly position on this. So like in the biblical text, when you talk about people like Adam and Eve and people from the primeval history in Genesis 1 through 11, it's sort of like that's one category. Biblical scholars would consider them sort of one category, and that is these are mythical figures, right? They're used in etiological ways. When you get to the patriarchs take on a slightly different nuance in that you seem to have varying traditions about them. So that doesn't mean that biblical scholars will look at the stories in the biblical text about Abraham and say, oh, this is what happened. What they would say is that, like, maybe there's a guy, we don't know what his name was, but maybe there's a guy that some of these stories were originally based on, like a kernel of historical truth. And that's probably what I would say about people like Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It seems like there are local traditions that sort of go back to these figures, these traditional figures, whether they're just the head of a tribe. I mean, it's difficult to know. But certainly, like the stories themselves, Jacob going to Bethel and meeting God, and pouring out the oil and renaming. Loves Bethel. Like those stories are probably local traditions, but they don't. I don't think many scholars would say that they go back to an actual, like, historically valid story.
Excuse me, Josh. May I cut in for a second, please?
Please.
Thank you. Okay, Josh. Let me ask you this. All right. Again, so the Assyrians. Do you believe that they existed?
Oh, of course.
What about the Canaanites?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the Canaanites existed, but not the Israelites, correct?
Oh, no, the Israelites existed.
But Abraham didn't?
No, I guess it would be sort of akin to the Exodus. Like the Exodus is probably like a good comparison.
I'm interested in hearing that. More. Elaborate.
Sure. So, like, most scholars will say that there's probably some like historical kernel behind the Exodus traditions that you see in the Hebrew Bible.
Are you
So
familiar with the let's see, because there was actual papyrus, the impure papyrus that was found.
Sis, hold on 1 second. You ask him a question, let him respond. That's the least you could do.
I have never gotten a chance to speak,
I
but
know,
that's
sis,
fine.
but you
I'll
asked him a
allow him to have
question.
his
You told him to elaborate on the Exodus, and he said, "I would love to hear it." Then you're gonna cut in and bring in the Ipoh papyrus. I could kill that in 2 seconds. When was it written? 2200 BC, way before the Exodus. Had
Okay,
nothing to do with the Exodus. People were trying to go back into Egypt. Come on, man. Chill. Let Josh finish what he's saying.
I don't know why you're yelling at me. I have not done anything to you.
Don't worry about it. Josh, finish your point about the Exodus.
So I guess, from a historical standpoint, there's tremendous difficulty with what we see in the story of the Hebrew Bible, and the different traditions that we see among the prophets. The 8th century prophets that talk about, what they are working with in their tradition of the Exodus. So while nobody, like, there are very few scholars that I know. Oh, sorry. While there are very few scholars that I know of that would go back to the book of Exodus, the first 15 chapters of Exodus, and write a history from that, as it's using that as its base, like this is what we know happened or something. They would say that, yeah, I mean, obviously we know there were Canaanite slaves, they were Asiatic slaves that were down in Egypt, all the way back into the early second millennium, maybe earlier, and for probably half a millennium they were, I mean, we know from different, Papyrus Anastasis, 6, 5, I can never remember, can't keep them straight. We have a record of, even though it's a scribal exercise, we have a record of 2 workers or 2 slaves that are escaping from Egypt, and the path that they took seems roughly similar to what we see in the Exodus. Anyway, so we know those sorts of things happen, but the difference is they don't think the 2.5 million, 3 million people, Israelites, walked out of Egypt in the 15th century.
Oh, well, they don't think. So, but we do have evidence, according to you, that there is slaves that actually were there. It's just the magnitude of the multitude of people is the problem, correct?
I mean, that's one of the problems. Sure.
Okay. So because they have found the rations of their food there, the onions and the garlic, what they ate as their rations.
Onions and garlics. Where did they find that?
They found that inside of the
Let me get a source on that, please, so I could write it down. Go ahead. You said they found onions and what?
Okay, he's spoken like a whole bunch, and you haven't asked him for not one source.
Listen, I'm not asking Josh for anything because Josh is giving his opinion on the scholarly consensus, which I'm very familiar with.
So it's his opinion.
So all right, okay. So can you tell me what is onions and what they found?
They found onions and garlic.
Onions and garlic. Where did they found this? Where you got this from?
Well, I don't know how accurate you feel about the history.
Have you heard this before, Josh?
I heard it from the History Channel. The History Channel told me. I don't know how you feel about the History Channel, but that's where I got it from.
Yeah, what documentary? What time period? I mean, this is the Dagger Squad University. We don't deal with hearsay. We deal with people that say something and can back it up. I am trying to figure out. I've never heard that before in my life. Never before. And for you to say that, I would love to read that source.
Josh, have you heard of them eating onions and garlic?
I mean, not outside of the biblical text, but I don't know of any source that talks about that specifically with in connection to the Exodus.
On the History Channel documentary about the Jews, what they were inside of the land of Egypt, trying to just, they were like how you're doing. You're telling me that there is evidence and they were utilizing the evidence per what they found, per what they believe, So based off the History Channel, they said that they found rations of garlic and onions. So like you were saying, you said that they do see this possibly happening. So the thing is that with these possibilities, as well as the information that I have provided, it just leans more towards the fact that, that maybe, there is, some truth to what I'm saying. So Josh, I just want to know, I'm actually having a good time talking with you. So what else? Because you believe in the Big Bang?
I mean, I'm not a science person, but that seems to be the scholarly consensus.
I'm sorry, he said you're an atheist?
Yes.
So you do believe in the Canaanites, correct?
Yes.
And what makes the Canaanites more credible than the actual Israelites or the children of Israel?
I don't know that I understand the question.
No, I'm
Why
saying
are they?
the
I'm just
conversation
asking
we're
Josh.
supposed to have is that
I'm just
the
asking Josh.
Israelites are Canaanites.
Yeah, so
That's
the
the argument that we have.
conversation is that the Israelites are the Canaanites. So I'm asking you, Josh. So, because I know a lot of history on the Canaanites, a lot, and we can get into it right now. So when we talk about the Canaanites, exactly, and we can bring into the Ugaritic text, we can bring up the Amarna tablets. There's a lot of history out there for them, especially the house of Omri. You know about the house of Omri?
Sure.
Where King Ahab, who's an Israelite, married Jezebel. And they said, and that's actual, they have an actual stele to prove that. So I'm trying to figure out, why do you guys agree with the Canaanites, but don't agree with the Israelites, even though we have evidence of them intermarrying with each other?
Go ahead, Josh. I'm going to respond after Josh. Go ahead, Josh.
Sorry. So a couple of things. So Omri, Omri's down in the 9th century. So, when you talk about the Ugaritic tablets, 13th century, you talk about the Amarna tablets, they're in the 14th century.
Josh, you're chipping out. I don't know why.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Test 1, 2. Can you hear me?
You're chipping out. I don't know why. But go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay. So, like the Amarna tablets, and again, just not for you, but for the audience, in case, they probably know too, but like the Amarna tablets are coming from Egypt in the 14th century, and they're talking about a period of time where Egypt is in control of Canaan. And so, yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, we know a lot, relatively speaking, about, what's going on in the land of Canaan. So you have a bunch of little, independent city-states that are rivaling with one another, and you get letters back and forth, mainly back from, these like Reb Hadu and, some of these local kings that are saying the Apiru are coming in and fighting, and this other king is fighting me, and I need help from the Pharaoh. And so, like, this actually is really problematic. The Amarna tablets are actually really problematic for the Exodus story in particular, because it presents the situation in Canaan 100 years after what the biblical texts are purporting happened with the Israelites. And what the text seems to suggest is that mid 15th century you have an exodus from Egypt, and then at the end of the 15th century you have a conquest, and 50 years later, 60 years later, then it seems like the Amarna tablets are saying that Egypt is still very much firmly in control of Canaan, and they stay in control of Canaan probably into the 12th century. So it's like that in and of itself is really problematic for at least the way the Bible is presenting this Exodus tradition in its canonical form.
Well, we can debate.
Hold on, sis. Hold on. I said I would go after Josh. Hold on 1 second. The argument is this: Israelites are self-made. They are Canaanites who write a book to act like they're in opposition of Canaanites and their rules. So what they do is they give us hints of who they are. You go in Ezekiel 16:3, it talks about your father is an Amorite and your mother is a Hittite. Then further down, it talks about the same thing, referring to who they come from and where they come from. So what happened is in Genesis 23:7, I think it is, Abraham is asking about land to be buried. And he wants to be buried in the land. So he says to the Hittites, I want to be buried in the land. And at the time, the Hittites called the land the Hittites. So hence, when you see the term, your mother is a Hittite, it's really referring to Canaan at that time. And when it says the Amorites in the biblical text are the indigenous Canaanites that lived there before the Israelites came in. And the evidence is in Joshua, where you see the kings in Canaan are Amorite kings. Those were the indigenous people that got wiped out according to the Deuteronomic tradition. So when you see the word Amorite, and if you study the word Amorite, you see that Amorite is not the Amorites of the Bible. The Amorites in the Bible are not the same people in history. The Amorites in history are totally different. They're actually two different types of Amorites. So now that we know that the Amorites are Canaanites, you have to look within the biblical text. So what I did in my book in chapter 2, I proved there's an alternative story in the Bible that shows that the people are indigenous to Canaan. How do you prove that, Garfield? All right, let's take a look real quickly here. I'm going to share my screen, and I want everybody to look what I'm about to show. I'm just going to show this real fast. It's going to take 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Because the Bible is telling us an alternative story while it's telling us an Exodus story. And that's crazy. And when you read Gary Rensburg's work, he teaches that only 6 tribes actually participate in the Exodus tradition, and only 6 tribes actually attach themselves to Jacob in the storyline. Outside of the listings of the 12 tribes, you don't see them attached to the people at all. People like Zebulon, Asher, those type of tribes, they don't mix. Issachar, they don't mix with the regular 12 tribes on a regular basis, and they didn't participate in the Exodus tradition. But I'm going to share my screen just to show and prove this point, just to show and prove to her today that yes, they are what you call Israelites. The Canaanites are Israelites. Watch this, or the Israelites are Canaanites. All right. So this is the book, Misconceptions and Misinformation by the Black Hebrew Israelites, Volume 1. And this is chapter 2, called No Exodus, No Religion. And we're going to take a look at something real quickly. Internal evidence, no Exodus exists. Hold on 1 second. Is this showing properly? No, this is big enough. Hold on. Let me make this bigger. Hold on 1 second, family. I'm going to make this big enough so everybody at home could screenshot and see for themselves. I got Chuck Morgan in the building. All right, let's take a look at what the Bible says, because we're going to use the Bible. I'm going to give you, sister, your respect, and your followers and people who support you all the respect possible right now. Because this is going to be a big bang. This is going to be the real big bang right now. Big bang right now. Here we go. So now, Garfield says, internal evidence, no Exodus. The tribe of Ephraim. It is made clear in the book of Chronicles that a vision of Israel's origins differs significantly from the Exodus version. While the majority of the book of Chronicles details Israel's background from the death of Saul to the edict of Cyrus encouraging the Jews to return to the territory, a smaller portion describes the history of their exile in Babylon. All right, so let's move down a little bit. The death of Ephraim's sons in the land. The passage that I would like to discuss recounts the family history of Joseph's sons, Ephraim. And the sons of Ephraim, Shuthelah buried his son, and Tahath his son, and Elidah his son, and Tahath his son, and Zabad his son, and Shuthelah his son, and Ezer and Eliad. Now the men of Gath, who were born in the land, killed them. For they, the sons of Ephraim, came down to raid their cattle. You know, this is just something simple. You're like, I'm going to overlook this. Their father Ephraim mourned for them for many days, and his brothers came to comfort him. Notice it says brothers. Ephraim, we know Ephraim only had one brother. But watch this. He, Ephraim, came unto his wife, and she conceived and had a son, and he named him Beriah, because disaster had befallen his house. His daughter was Shira. She built lower and upper Beth Haran and Uzen Shera. All right, watch this. The collection of Ephraim's offspring starts the passage. The list of Ephraim descendants in Numbers 26:35 also appears in the same chapter. The descendants of Ephraim are the people mentioned below: Shuthelah, the Shuthelites, Becher, the Bacherites, and the Tahanites. It is worth noting that the name Shuthelah appears on both lists. That Tahat and Tahan are fairly close. That Beren and Becher are very similar. All right, now watch this now. Clearly, pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. Clearly, the text in Chronicles refers to no other Ephraim but Joseph's son, Manasseh's brother. In here resided the children of Joseph, the son of Israel. Now watch this. The text related the following anecdote after the nameless. Ephraim's sons come down, quote unquote, the Bible, come down to raid the cattle of the men of Gath and are killed in the process. Ask yourself, Ephraim's brethren, Manasseh and the others, come presumably from nearby vicinity to comfort him. Where is all this assumed to be taking place? Now, what I did was, I got this map. It shows if you're coming down to Gath, Gath is actually over nearby the river over here, where Goliath, David and Goliath was fighting. You cannot go down if you're in Egypt, because Ephraim was born in Egypt with Joseph. He had Ephraim and Manasseh in Egypt. What is Ephraim even doing in the land? But watch this now. Following the nameless, the paragraph recounted the following anecdote. Abraham's sons come down to look Gath livestock and are slain in the process. Ephraim's brethren, Manasseh and others come down and so forth, presumably nearby. While it's common for places in Israel to experience disasters, the sense practically necessitates that this is occurring in the land of Israel. The sons of Ephraim made their way to Gath, which is the first indicator of this. It is likely that they came from the hill country of Ephraim, where Ephraim is actually located, when they came down to Gath, which is on the coastal plain. We should anticipate the text to say that they came up to Gath if they were from Egypt. Furthermore, it is also recorded that Shira, Ephraim's daughter, constructed upper and lower Beth Haran, also mentioned in Joshua 21:20-22. As one of the Levitical cities within the land of Mount Ephraim, Beth Haran is in the modern day Israel. So the whole family is doing just that. They're staying in the land while still starting new settlements on it. Where is this Exodus at? So Ephraim in Egypt now. This, however, flatly contradicts what we're told in the Torah, where according to the Torah narrative, Ephraim and his brothers.
Am I ever going to get a chance to explain? Answer these questions, because there's so much.
Hold on, sis. Sis, don't do that. Don't do that. When I'm done, I'll let you know. Don't do that. All right. Now, this, however, flatly contradicts what we're told in the Torah, where according to the Torah narrative, Ephraim and his brothers were born in Egypt. And the same goes for Ephraim's sons. Joseph stayed in Egypt along with all his father's family. He lived 110 years and saw the third generation of Ephraim's children. Also, the children of Machir, son of Manasseh, were placed at birth on Joseph's knees. The author provides a few clues as to the identities of Joseph's great-grandchildren in this passage. In that case, the children of Ephraim were born and were residents of Egypt, not Israel. Although Joseph himself would likely have died in Egypt, it is thought that the children of Ephraim, Manasseh, and all their granddaughters and grandsons were all among those who perished in Egypt. The Ephraimites who came into the land with Joshua were Ephraim's descendants, not Ephraim himself and his brothers. First and foremost, Joshua, son of Nun, the commander of the invasion, was a remote descendant of Ephraim. Now, finally, who was it who came to comfort Ephraim? His brothers, plural. This goes against Scripture's main narrative that tells us quite emphatically that Ephraim had only one brother, Manasseh. As a result of all of this, 1 Chronicles 7:20-27 paints a view of Ephraim's roots that differs from the standard story of Israelite origins. In truth, the two are incompatible. In the Chronicles short tale, Ephraim lives in the Canaanite highlands rather than Egypt, doesn't go on an exodus and doesn't need to retake the land because they're already living and building in it. All right, you can respond. And I got more for you.
Okay, thank you. All right. So you mentioned earlier about the Amorites, and you said something about them not being Canaanites, and I'm trying to go back because a lot of information is being said here. So when we brought up the information about the Amorites, what was that about again? You said they no longer existed. Is that what you were saying?
No, I never said that.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to ask you. What were you saying about the Amorites?
Go ahead, sis. I'm gonna jump in.
Did you hear me? I said, what were you saying about the Amorites again?
Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, you sent me to go ahead. Okay, so you're gonna pull that up. No worries. So I just want to say the Amorites still existed. They were called the Gibeonites. They changed their names within the Bible. We can provide that with biblical, since we're utilizing biblical sources. We can provide that with biblical sources. Also, the Canaanites were the Hyksos in Egypt. They ruled. They were the Babylonians at one point in time. They established Babylonia. Then they were ran out, and the Chaldeans ruled. The Assyrians were Asher. They ruled over the Israelites as well. So when we get into Ephraim has a very interesting history because Joseph married an Egyptian woman. Joseph married an Egyptian woman, and Ephraim is half Egyptian. So that's why they're there, because Joseph was married with an Egyptian woman. And his name was Uya, and he ruled as a pharaoh on the Egyptian throne. Because we know that there is history of someone who was there who, the story of Joseph is all throughout of Egypt. His name was Uya. He sat on the Egyptian throne, and he married an Egyptian woman from Pharaoh because he was enslaved by his brothers. And the story of Joseph. So that's why Ephraim is found in Egypt. And that's all throughout the Bible. That has nothing to do with the Exodus, because this is before this is after the Exodus happened. So I'm not understanding your argument, because we know that Joseph stayed in Egypt. He married an Egyptian woman. He ruled on the Egyptian throne, and his sons were half Egyptian. So I'm not aware of what your problem with Ephraim being in Egypt. I agree with that.
I don't think you heard one word I read, but I'm gonna let that slide.
Okay,
Josh,
so
go
can
ahead,
you
Josh.
please help me out with what I said wrong, and I can probably try to correct what I said wrong, because you said a whole lot of things, and I'm trying my best.
Died in Canaan. That's what that's what the Bible said. You weren't listening to what I read?
Thank you for reminding me. You talked about Abraham being in Canaan, and that land was the land of the Canaanites. That's correct. The land was not given to, the land was taken away from Abraham. If you go into the book of Jubilees, it's a whole narrative on how the land was supposed to be the land of Shem, and Canaan came in and he took land that was not his, and that's why he was cursed. And Canaan came into that land in the book of Jubilees, and he was cursed. And that's why they came back and ran them out of the land, because they were not supposed to be in that land. So the Most High allowed them to stay in that land. And so Abraham at the time, he had to go to the Hittites, who are the Canaanites, who reside in what is modern day Turkey. Yeah, we find them there. So like we were saying, Abraham in the book of Jubilees explains this very thoroughly, how Canaan came into the land that was not his and took the land, and that punishment was death. And that's why the Most High ordered the death of the Canaanites, because his father.
Can I ask a question? I'm
trying to talk and answer your question.
Did you hear when I read from the Bible that Ephraim died, his children died in Canaan. Did you hear when I read that in First Chronicles 7:20-27? I don't think you listened to anything that I read.
Ephraim did die. He did.
I'm
Yes.
not talking about Ephraim. I'm talking about his children were
They died
killed
in
in
Canaan.
Canaan. Yes.
Yes. And what is considered to be Egypt.
No, sis. They died in Canaan. They went down to Gath. They were trying to steal cows. You didn't even read. You don't read your Bible, do you?
I know where Gath is. I know Gath is the Philistine.
Yes. Do
I
you
know
know the story of Ephraim's children dying in Canaan? Yes or no?
I don't see the problem with what you're saying. Yes, they died in Canaan. Okay. If you provided that, I don't have an
He
issue.
had children in Canaan, and those children grew up in Canaan.
Okay.
They weren't in Egypt. You can't be at two places at the same time, sis.
Oh,
it's two different stories.
Hold on. Let me
That's
explain
the
it
point.
to you. If you
Oh,
look
you're
at
gonna explain it. Okay.
Yes, I mean, you're asking me a question. So do you want me to answer it or no? I don't understand. So
Go ahead.
When you look at that little sliver of what Israel looks like today, that's not all of Israel. So when you look at what Israel looked like for real, it takes up half of what Egypt is today. And there's actually it takes up half. It actually gives you the cubits and the circumference and the square footage in that length in that time, whatever is a cubit.
Now I can't allow you to say that. You just made that up.
Okay, let me provide you the scripture then. Let me provide you the scripture.
Sis, this is reality. Wake up.
We're reading scriptures. I thought we were reading scriptures.
Sis, you just said that Israel is a part of half of Egypt right now. Are you not?
No, I didn't say that.
Yes, you just did. What are you talking about?
I think you misunderstood me, or maybe I misspoke. So
let me man, I'm about to lose my mind. This is Dagger Squad University. I don't allow pseudoisms to go unchecked.
I didn't give you any pseudo. You haven't allowed me to talk. You've been interrupting me the whole time.
But you just said that a while ago. I can't let you spew that on here, man.
I don't know what I said. That you apparently you didn't understand me.
All right. I heard wrong. I'm sorry. I heard wrong. Yo, Kobe Ubuntu just said you just did. He right here. Yes, you just did.
Okay, so do you want me to? Okay, so maybe I misspoke. Let me explain it better.
All right, okay? Go ahead, sis.
Please, because everybody else, Josh gets to go back and forth. You respect him more than you respect me, and that's okay. I get it. So let me go back. All right. The land of Israel that we see today does not reflect the circumference and the measurements that the Bible says Canaan looked like. Israel looked like, excuse me. It does not coincide and correlate with what the Bible says. When you look at how the Bible says it, this is based off the Bible, it takes up a portion of Egypt. Now, this is based off the Bible, and I'm just telling you what the Bible said the inheritance is. And you say the Bible's not a history book, but if Israel is based off of the Bible, then that means that the Bible has to correlate with what Israel and the land is, unfortunately for you, Alexis. So if we're talking about Israel, which is a real landmass today, they do not have the whole landmass that they say that they're supposed to have. And that's why there's so many wars currently happening because over the land, because they want what they claim to be their inheritance. I don't know what your issue is, Edward. I'm not saying anything but what we're arguing about. And what I'm saying to him is Garfield brought up an argument that Ephraim was still in the land of Canaan. And I was trying to explain to him why he brought it up. He brought up the Bible, Edward, right? So if the Bible doesn't matter, because I misspoke. Okay, well, I know I did not.
All right, sis. So let me get this right before I ask Dr. Josh to step in, right? You're basically saying that, hold on. I think Chuck wanted to go after me. I'm sorry. You're basically saying that the geographic location of Israel today is not what true Israel is, and that that it was actually part of where Egypt is. Am I correct? It was large, so large it included parts of Egypt. Am I correct? Sis, are you there?
Oh, I thought you said that the other guy was getting ready to speak. I didn't want to
Yeah,
speak out of turn.
no.
Excuse me. I'll wait till I'm
I'm trying to
spoken.
get clarity as far as, are you saying that Israel in the past was so huge that it included some of where Egypt is?
Okay. I'm not saying anything. The Bible provides. Okay, so do you care what the Bible has to say or not?
Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
I don't understand, Garfield. Let's get this out on the table right now. Do you care what the Bible has to say or not? Because we
No,
don't have to bring up the Bible at all in this
I'm
conversation.
just asking for clarity, sis.
Okay, and I'm trying to provide it, Garfield. What I said to you was with the Bible as the source, because I can't pull it out of my butt, right?
Okay.
So the Bible is the source. It provides measurements.
Okay.
And according to the measurements that the Bible provides, unfortunately, not me, but the Bible, it says it acquired portions of Egypt. Now,
where does it say that? I'm sorry.
No,
Where does it
I
say?
think. Sorry, are you talking about in Genesis 15 with the Abrahamic covenant, where he's saying that, look, can't remember exactly how it says, but it's from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates.
Yeah, I think yes. I think that's the mistranslation that she's using.
No, that's not a mistranslation. Let me provide you the scripture. Do you want the scripture or do
yes,
you
we want it. We want it. Yes, we want it.
He's being very extremely patient today. Wow. Okay. Really? You can go ahead and let the other gentleman speak while I look it up.
No. We're going to wait for that scripture. No, Chuck, hold on, Chuck. Chuck, let me hear your mic, Chuck. Let me hear how you sound. You got to unmute yourself, Chuck. Yeah, I think it's that same scripture, Dr. Josh, because a lot of people use that, but they don't realize it's some sort of mistranslation or whatever. It actually doesn't even say the Euphrates in it, but in English, some English translations, it says Euphrates.
Can you hear me, Garfield?
Yeah, I could hear you now. Go ahead, Chuck.
Oh, okay. Hey, Dr. Josh, how are you? I don't know if you can hear
I'm
me.
well. How are you?
Oh, good. Fine. I mean, I'm always bothering you, so I'll leave you alone for that moment. Well, listen, I'm not going to get into a whole bunch of this stuff. What I just took interest in was a couple of things that from someone sent me a link, and some of the things that she was referencing, which of course Dr. Josh could confirm, of course, was one of the things was this whole issue of, I believe she said that, and she was quoting Samuel Kramer, that the word that we use today, Sumer, matter of fact, let me ask her directly. Are you saying that it's a derivative of the Sumerian word?
He's talking about Shem and Sumer.
That's what I wanted to get to, because I wanted to get into that, because what I needed to ask her was, from what she was quoting, because she doesn't have the page of the quote, because I wanted to check it myself. I wanted to know, is she saying that the term Shem in Hebrew is derived from the Sumerian word for Sumer?
I'm not saying anything. That's what Kramer is saying.
Okay, that's where I wanted to get into the essence of it. You're quoting Kramer, but
we are quoting people, so I don't know what the problem is. That's what we have to do. We have to quote people. So
sis, you're being argumentative. Hold on, let him finish. Relax.
I agree.
Nobody's coming at you. Relax.
I agree. So what I'm specifically focused on is what you're saying Samuel Kramer stated, and from what you've read, are you saying, based on his writings, is he saying that the word Shem is a Sumerian word, or that the word Sumer is from that word?
Okay, so what I'm saying to you is what Kramer wrote in his book. Now, he's telling us that the equivalent of the name is the same. The name Shem is essentially the same name as the Akkadian word Shum. So
Okay.
we know that the name Sumerian, okay, is a Greek word.
No, I'm not. Can I interrupt you for a second?
That's all everything's been happening is I've been
Good.
getting interrupted.
Okay, because I think we're getting down to it, because what you just outlined, you mentioned the Akkadian word, right? Shumeru, right? Lasan Shumeru.
No, I did not say anything about Shemeru.
Oh, well, I'm just basing it because the Akkadian word itself.
No, the Akkadian word Shum. The word
Okay.
is
Okay. Okay. Well, the point is,
yes, that's the word Shum.
right. I'm looking at it. I know what you're saying. Okay. So what I wanted to get to you, or get across to you, is from what you're interpreting, from what he's saying, from your interpretation, is it, just for clarity, the word that, are they saying that the Sumerians refer to themselves as Shem, or just that phonetically they are similar in sound?
No, they're telling you it's the equivalent, which means
Okay,
it's
so
equal.
the equal. Okay, so
It means the same.
So, and Shem means what?
Shem means Shum.
No, the
Hating
definition of the word Shem. What's the definition of Shem in Hebrew?
I believe Josh broke that out for us. Josh.
No, I'm asking you.
No, because Josh is the linguist. He's the specialist.
Okay, it means name.
It means name.
Mhm.
Got it.
And Josh provided the doc. Josh is our linguistic source, and you guys respect him. And he said the name Shum and the name Shem both mean name.
Got it. So So let me elaborate. Now the English.
Talk to Josh about this one.
I already know Josh very well. So the English word that we use, Sumerian, is derived, of course, from the Akkadian term Shumeru, which was the term used for southern lands.
That's so not what Kramer is saying, so you may have to take it up with him. That's not my argument.
Well,
I'm quoting.
Okay. I got that. So let me give you
Naphtali today.
Okay, let me give you a couple of additional quotes, because a lot of Assyriologists and Sumerologists have come on the scene that have taken the language to a whole new level. That a lot of
you don't accept my source, I don't accept.
No, it's not that I don't. Dear, don't speak for me. I'm not saying your source is wrong. Samuel Kramer was brilliant. He was the elite in his field at the time.
Except when I use it.
What we know now is that Assyriologists, the language has become it's become more verifiable because of various texts that have come since those times. And that's why a number of other Assyriologists and Sumerologists have been able to give you a better explanation and terminology.
So let's bring up your source. Give us his name.
Right now. Oh, sure. I'll give you a couple.
No, I just want one, the best one.
Well, it's not a question of best. I'm just going to give you what we have here. So let me, sis, you're a little bit combative, and I would like for you to just sit back, relax. This is not that serious. It's just a little issue of clarity. There's nothing to get upset about. I understand how ideologies can get people emotional. This is not what that's about. So on the level of just clarity, let's walk through it. So listen. So in the Sumerian lexicon by John A. Halloran, we have the English word Sumerian is derived from the Akkadian term Shumeru, the southern land, as Shumiru. The Sumerians called it Kiingir, literally place or land of lords or rulers. That is according to the Sumerologist in his book the Sumerian lexicon, John A. Halloran. Then we have the Sumerian grammar by D. Otto Azart. And he, in this book, I believe it came before that, where he says that Sumerian was called Eme Kiingira, tongue of Kiingir, or Sumer, or Imegir, the proper in Akkadian, Lisan, Shumeru, tongue of Shumeru. The Sumerians didn't refer to themselves as Shumer, Shumu, Shumeru. The term that they have is Sanginga. I think Dr. Josh knows that very well.
Okay, so let's hear Josh's opinion on that.
I think that I'm still talking.
Okay, well, I guess I'll never talk.
Well, you just have to wait till I get finished and I'll program it. So now let's go according to what the Sumerians refer to themselves. So according to the Sumerians, they refer to themselves as Sangiga. That is not the term that's used in the Akkadian. So I think that it maybe the Akkadian equivalent would work because Akkadian and Hebrew are essentially from Hebrew is derived from Akkadian because Akkadian is a Semitic language. Sumerian is not an Akkadian language. I'm sorry, it's not a Sumeric. It's not a Semitic language. And I think that's probably where the confusion may come in, because it does say that it's not saying that Samuel Kramer is wrong, of course. He's saying that Shumeru is equivalent to the term, Shem is equivalent to the term Shumeru because it's coming from a Semitic source, not a Sumerian source. You follow?
Is it time for me to talk yet?
I asked you a question.
Okay. So
I want to make, because I know you want to respond, but I want to make sure that you comprehended what I said and not just gloss over it just to get to a point. The point I was saying is Samuel Kramer is saying that Shumeru and Shem are equivalent, and I'm saying based on it being both Semitic. But you're not going to find the term for name in the Sumerian language because Sumerian is not Sumerian.
Okay, so let me ask Josh this. So Josh, you heard both of our points. What do you think, since you're the master expert, master teacher?
Well, I'm definitely neither of those two things.
More than they respect me, so let's hear you.
I mean, again, it's hard for me to evaluate Kramer's argument without looking at it.
Exactly.
So that's
time. We'll bring it back next time. That way you'll be more informed because I did this. So yeah, I just hit you guys with something. So we can come back to that. But I just want to know, based off of his argument, because he's bringing it to me, and you're the specialist, the expert. I'm nothing, right? So let's hear what you have to say.
Well, I don't agree that I'm the expert and you're nothing. I think that would be incredibly unfair.
Well, that's how you treat me.
Well, I guess again, etymological arguments are incredibly complex. So the thing that's, I guess, stands out, just to deal with the argument itself, again, the final R on the Akkadian Shumeru is not like an ancillary. It's not like an appendage or something. It's I would imagine that it's part of the root, the Akkadian root. And again, having not looked into what the root would be specifically and its etymology, it's hard for me to comment on it. But
that's fine. That's okay. I understand.
Yeah,
that's okay, because they want me to comment on something that I'm quoting Kramer here. Okay. And the thing is that unless there's an issue with Kramer, that's it. That's my source. That's what I have. And either you say you don't like it or you do. Other than that, that's it. Because like I said, this is where I'm getting my information from. They say that he's well renowned. He's well respected. Now, I'm not going to just come up and pull something out and just fake this information.
Sure.
I would never do that. I don't
So-
win doing that.
Maybe do this just for me. So let's assume for a second that Kramer's right in his argument, and that Shem and Shumu and Shumeru are connected. What does that do?
Okay, so I actually agree with that because Shemeru, he said that was the, what is that, something of the land? What was that again? What was that, the breakdown of that word, Shemeru? Josh, or whoever knows.
You talking to me?
Yes.
Oh. oh yeah.
I can't see your name. It's a thing in front of it. I apologize.
Oh, it just called me Chuck.
Okay, Chuck. Thanks, Chuck.
Yeah. So, according to a couple of Assyriologists and Sumerologists, it was literally a place of rulers. Okay, southern lands.
So when you say rulers, what was that actual because you said something about something of the land. What was that?
Something of the land?
Lords. I don't know if it's lords, gods. I'm just trying to, I don't want to say the word. That's why I'm asking you. Was it gods of the land? Was it lords of the land? Was it rulers of the land?
Well, that depends on the interpretation, because
I want that interpretation. I want that.
Well, you would have to look the quote up. I've given you the source. Sumerian Grammar by D. Otto Ezart.
Yes, but what was that? You just said it. What was it? Was it gods of the land? Or
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't say that.
Okay, so what does it say, sir? Chuck.
Oh, I just told you. It was the. Let me look at it. Let me look it up. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Literally, place or land of civilized rulers, lords.
So the rulers of or lords, civilized rulers or lords.
Yes, and please don't misinterpret the term lord as in being something referring to a biblical character. Lord as in like a landlord, someone that is in a position of authority and or power. Because I want to make sure you don't get that, because I'm hearing a theme of trying to connect a lot with some type of religious connotation.
And why can't I?
I'm not saying that for you. I'm saying that because you're not the only other person that's visible. Okay, there's an audience here, and I would not want to I wouldn't want to misdirect the audience into thinking that term was in reference to, say, a deity, when there's a specific term that will be used.
But we know the history that comes out of Sumeria with
what history is that?
With the way that they worship.
What do you mean? What way did they worship?
The Sumerian gods.
What Sumerian gods? You're throwing out a number of words and terms, but you're not being specific.
Well, I thought it was just common knowledge about the gods of Sumer.
It is not common knowledge. It is common mythology that a number of people who have made millions of dollars promoting nonsense, such as Zechariah Sitchin. And so many people, when they quote Sumer or Akkadian literature, they're referring, they're quoting or referencing something that Zechariah Sitchin wrote. And so now the narrative is that whenever you mention Sumer or an Akkadian anything, it has to do with some kind of spooky god system that the Sumerians or the Akkadians dealt with, when that was a very minute part of their literature.
But excuse me, though. If I'm not mistaken, Chuck, what are on their glyphs? What is that?
I'm sorry?
Their glyphs. What is on their glyphs?
What glyphs?
The
What do you mean glyphs? This is not meta-netter. What glyphs? What meta-netter? I'm more associated. When you're talking about glyphs, are you talking about?
I'm not talking about meta-netter, if you don't mind.
Okay, but you're using the term glyphs, like hieroglyphs. Are you being specific? Okay, give me a text.
Okay, sir. You remember you said something about cutting people off? I think you need to take your own advice.
Well, I was talking and then you interrupted me. So I'm just giving you what you want.
You asked me a question and I'm responding.
I asked you a question, but you keep being vague.
I said, okay, so
you got to do better. Articulate yourself a little better.
No worries. Let's just get it out. So on the walls of Sumer, they have written about their gods, correct? And it's all over.
Nope. There you go again. I have to interrupt you because you're misleading you're misleading the audience. You have to be specific, not general. You have to be specific. What Sumerian wall are you talking about?
Okay.
Name the wall.
You can cut me off as much as you want to, and I see
Fine.
where this
What's
is
the name of the
going.
wall that you're referencing?
Hey, all right, everybody stop. I got kicked off my own show. The Most High kicked me off, man. Oh man,
You're the most loaded.
too many atheists on here, man. I got kicked out.
This is ridiculous, man.
Hey,
I think I made my point.
Hold on, Chuck. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me continue on.
Listen, sis. I'm gonna let you talk right now. Just give me 2 seconds. All right. The issue is when she first said it to me, I know it wasn't right. Because remember, a lot of people like to push that the Hebrews come from Sumer. But they don't realize that Sumerian, the language family, is not even connected. So I already know that.
Right.
So when she said something, I'm thinking Akkadian real in the back of my mind. There's something Akkadian connected because there's a Semitic connection.
Yeah.
So can I answer that question?
Sister.
Hold on. Always hold on. I got it. That's the common thing here.
No, but
you see that, Josh? No respect. No respect.
For Josh, help from Josh.
No
Josh
respect,
is our best
Josh.
friend right now.
Josh, he is my best friend because
Josh
he
is like, what am I in the middle of right now?
Don't put Josh in the middle, man.
It's a shame
What you got me in right now?
These men here,
Garfield.
you show me more respect
I'm gonna block Garfield's number right
these
now.
men here. And that's interesting. People know that.
Sis, hold on a second, sis. Hold on a second. When Chuck Morgan, his tone of voice is not really the friendliest tone of voice whenever he's on my show.
I know I can be arrogant.
That's how we talk.
Arrogant one.
People think I'm shouting.
We don't have to be friendly.
This is how I talk. But
we don't have to be friendly. I don't care about that.
Sis. I'm on your side right now. Check this out. I think the issue that Chuck brought up about it being Sumerian and Sumerian not being a Semitic language or a part of the language family of Hebrew is a major point that you just glossed over. And I think we're always, because of our egos, and you got your fan club in the chat, you want to be right. I don't care if I'm wrong. I don't care. I just want the truth.
One more time. Ask me that question.
Hold on a second, sis. I don't care if I'm wrong. I want to make it clear to everybody else. If the sister is right, I learned something new today. I don't care because I don't believe in the Bible. I don't care. I just want the truth out. So the point of the matter is Sumerian language is not connected to the Hebrew language. They're not family. That's the bottom line. That's the point.
So let's talk about this then. So you say that's your question. You say that the Hebrew language family, right? So the Hebrew language that we have today is part of the Canaanite language family, okay? Which is the Indo-European language family, which is called the Hittite, okay? So let's get into language families because I know that. The Hittite is the oldest, most complete language, which is Canaanite. And the Canaanites came in. You never heard that before? Look up the Indo-European language family and look up Hittite in the Encyclopedia Britannica right now. And let's show the audience. I have a video on it. My video is called.
I don't know. I don't think I trust any of your videos right now. I don't think I trust, based on your information today. I don't think I trust.
Do you trust the Encyclopedia Britannica? Do you trust the Encyclopedia Britannica?
No, you know what? You're smart. You use that because usually the consensus is what that it says. But I bet you if you ask you to pull it out, you're like, oh, I can't do it right now.
Share my screen.
I don't trust any source.
Share my screen. Share my screen.
Go ahead. So share it. Go ahead. Share
All right, let's do it because, like you said, I am smart and I'm brilliant.
But then again, too, why are we even going in that direction? Are we talking about Sumerian and Hebrew? Why are we even going to the Hittites?
You said something about the language family, and I'm trying
to forget about that. Then you
said the language.
You brought up language. No, sis. Let's get back to Sumer. You're running from your argument now.
I'm running
from your argument.
I'm running towards your argument, Garfield, because you said to me that the Assyrian language family, the language is not the same as the Hebrew. And I'm trying to tell you that the Hebrew that we have, as you know, it's not the correct Hebrew because it's only 1,000 years old and it's based off the Canaanites. And you know that the Phoenician writings, because the Phoenicians are the one that wrote the alphabet that we have today, which are Canaanites.
Oh, man.
And the Canaanites are the ones that live in America this day. How about that?
Okay, sis, do you agree that script and language is two different things? Do you agree?
I know about language family.
I'm asking you, do you agree that language and script are two different things?
Okay, break it down for me.
All right, I'm speaking English. That doesn't mean I can write it. I could speak English all day long. That doesn't mean I could write it.
These writings have been found all over their glyphs.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not arguing. I'm trying to make a point so we could be on the same page, so we could move forward.
Okay.
I'm saying to you, writing Hebrew and speaking Hebrew is two different things.
And your point?
My point is you're conflating both.
No, I'm not.
The Sumerian language, hold on. The Sumerian language is what they call a language isolate. There's no other language like it on earth.
They have to bring in this. They have to base it off of that. You don't want me to talk or not? Do you want me to talk?
Hey, Josh, Dr. Josh.
Now it's Josh turn. Josh trumps me again. Hold on, Josh trumps me again, guys.
Hold on. Am I right when I say
more important than me
that Sumerian is a language isolate? Am I right?
Yes.
Okay.
With that, Josh, so I got to talk to you, Josh, again. Okay. My best friend, Josh. Good friend, Josh. Okay, Josh. With that being said, can't we use the Akkadian to go right along with the Sumerian?
That's a complicated question. So
yes or no?
It depends on what you mean.
We have a short period of time, Josh, because they all lived amongst each other, correct? The Sumerians, the Akkadians, they utilize the same language, the language, all that core, just like with the Phoenicians' writings, the Proto-Semitic, right? The Hebrew, the Hittite, all of that is the same. You're not bringing anything out, Garfield. They're all the same.
They're not the same. Sumerian is not the same. It's
as Akkadian. They go to the Sumerians older.
She doesn't know, Garfield. That's the bottom line.
No, I do know, Chuck. And I'm telling you, it's older. It's older, Chuck. It's older. And it goes, like he said.
What's older?
Kramer says this. Listen to Kramer.
I have.
He says the Hebrew vowel E is equivalent to the cuneiform vowel U.
There is.
In the case of the name Shem, which is the Akkadian word Shum.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it.
So hold on. So hold on. 1 second, Chuck. Okay. Let's get to it, Chuck. All right. Let's do this.
Okay.
All right. My good friend. All right. So when we get into this, okay. All right. It makes perfect sense for me. You know why? Because when we look at what's going on in Mesopotamia, all right, it's all about Shem. It's all about them. They're there. Oh, I do know, Cujo. Won't you come up here and tell me why?
Don't get distracted. Don't get distracted.
I invite you all on. Let's do this.
No. Sorry. So can you just develop that last thing that you said for me? So in Mesopotamia, it's all about Shem. What do you mean?
Okay, so if Garfield can bring up the map of Mesopotamia right now. It doesn't have to be a biblical map. It could be any map you want. Just bring up the map of Mesopotamia, please. Nothing in the Bible, guys. We're just bringing up the map. Are we bringing up the map?
Hold on. I got you.
Thank you, American Dream. I like you too.
I think you are like American Dream. The boy that troublemaker. All right, here we go. I'm about to share right now. Hold on 1 second here. All right, here we go. All right, let me know if this is big enough for you, sis.
Thank you, Garfield. Appreciate you.
All right. So what can you tell the audience what is Mr.
Oh my God, Garfield, you know you funny, honey. You know what I was looking for.
Go ahead.
That's not what I want the civilizations on there, Garfield. Come on. Do I need to go over there and show you how to
What are you talking about, sis?
The civilizations, their names.
Oh, their name. Okay. Well, you didn't tell me. You say you want a map of Mesopotamia, so I'm showing you.
Garfield, let me spoon feed it to you. Can you bring up the map of Mesopotamia with the names of
That's
the
peace.
civilizations on
Okay,
it.
I got you. I got you.
Thank
I
you.
got you. I
All
got you.
right.
I got you. All right, here we go. I got it right here for you. Let's see if we're friends after this one. All right. All right, here we go. I think I got it right here. All right. Let me stop sharing. Number one. See, Garfield is just so patient and nice. Garfield is a nice guy, man.
Garfield, you are nice. Thank you.
All right, hold on there.
I am too.
You
Chuck,
my good friend, Chuck. You my good friend.
all right, here you go. Here you go, sis. You gotta love this one. You gotta love this one.
All right, so look at that. Assyria is Asher. Akkadian, believe it or not, belongs to our Arphaxad. All right. We have Sumer, the land of Ur the Chaldeans. Uruk is the land of Nimrod. Babylon is for the good old Canaanites, Amorites, I like to call them. Okay. They're all found everywhere. Tyre, Phoenicia, Canaanite.
Sis, how you get Babylon to be Canaanites? Can you explain that to me?
Because the Babylonian Empire are Canaanites. They're Amorites. If you look at Sargon of Akkad,
I see what you're saying now. So that's the biblical version.
No, that's historical. Sargon exists. He exists for real.
I know that, but the biblical, because again, I said it. The Canaanites, indigenous Canaanites, are called Amorites. Like I said with Ezekiel 16:3.
Amorites are the Babylonians.
Okay.
Cyprus, which is Crete, are Phoenicians. Okay, right? I mean, not Phoenicians. I'm sorry, Philistines. Excuse me. I misspoke, guys. Don't cut my head off. Nineveh, spoken in the Bible. Asher, Syrians. Got it. It says it right there. Asher. Come on, guys. Give me a break here. This land belongs to the doggone people in the Bible. Fact.
Hold on. The dog.
Sorry, what's this?
Hold on. The doggone people what?
The people of the Bible.
Oh,
the Bible is a good source.
Josh got a question for you. Your buddy Josh just asked a question. Go ahead, Josh.
Oh, I thought it was
sorry. Is it? I'm just trying to make sure I understand. So is the argument that because in the biblical text we see names that we know from Mesopotamian history, that makes the biblical text a reliable historical source and other things?
What that exposes is, and this is just the Bible, we can find everything, the root of civilization. Yes, the explanation of these civilizations comes from the Bible. The explanation, where they stem from, where they came from, the origin, okay, is what I'm speaking of. The origin story, where it all originated from. Oh, sis, come on, sis. I'll stay long for you too, babe. Come on. All right. So, like I said, the origin of the civilization. So, what that means is this: the Bible should just be as validated as a historical document as well as any other document because it correlates with what's going on in history. Is that an issue, Josh?
Okay, I think I'm starting to follow the line of reasoning.
Yes, we need a lot of logic and reasoning today, not opinions, guys. Mr. Darrell, who thinks something's funny, won't you come on and tell me what's funny?
So one of the problems that scholars deal with something like, you use the phrase, War of the Chaldeans. Mm-hmm. So the Chaldeans are a group of people that we really don't see until the first millennium in Mesopotamia. So like if you read John Brinkman's book, for example, Prelude to Empire, he talks about the sort of the breakdown of southern Mesopotamia down to Babylonia during particularly the reign of Sennacherib. And like one of the things that we know is that the Chaldeans, it's a very late name for a group of people that again show up in the latter part of the first half of the first millennium.
All right, Josh, I have a question to ask you. Do you believe in billions and billions of years?
Hold on, sis. Josh finish his point. Hold on, sis. Hold on. Let Josh just finish his point. Go ahead, Josh. Just talking about
So the reason that that's problematic, or it's something that scholars have to contend with, is that the reference to Ur of the Chaldeans is sort of a late anachronistic label, right? It would be, I'm trying to think of a good example. Like, if I said,
what time period are they saying, Josh? What time period? What's the time? What's the year? What's the date?
middle of the first millennium BCE.
And for the audience out there, what date is that?
I mean, I would say probably this reference is somewhere in the 6th century.
And what I'm talking about, like, let's use actual dates.
Well, I mean, I don't have a
like
month and year.
years ago, 4,000 years ago.
Oh, I see.
Ago.
Yeah, 2600 years ago, 2550.
About 3,000 years ago.
I mean, no, 3,000 would be like 1,000 BC, and I don't think it's that early. But
okay, so because this actually correlates with what your time period actually correlates with my time period, because before, see, we have two different. See, you guys believe in millions and billions of years, right? So it took billions of years for you guys to evolve into who you are today, because you are considered to be the Homo sapiens sapien. Meanwhile, I'm just Homo sapien. And so when we get into the cradle,
you're just Homo sapien.
Yeah, because we're not as evolved.
Oh my God.
Oh, this is science. This is what science is.
So you're not a Homo sapien sapien.
No, because I can't be if Josh is. Isn't he the full of evolved?
Oh my God.
Now I'm making up stuff. Now I'm making up stuff.
Now you're gonna have Unc ask for the link. Unc, I'm not letting you on.
I took a lot of science classes. Okay. I am a big science nerd, all honors. And when I took biology, they said, now Josh, you tell me, what's a Homo sapien sapien?
I actually don't know.
Oh.
I'm not a
science. Irrelevant.
In high school science.
You please the fifth.
Very poorly. No, I'm not pleading the fifth. I don't know.
Yeah, I know, because that's what you evolutionists say. We are not afraid to say we don't know. It's okay. All right.
Well, I mean,
anyway, it's okay.
I'm just not a science person.
No, I am though. I am. You can bring Uncle on. Bring him on. I want a science person on here too. Let's do it. Like I was saying, no. Okay. All right. So when we look
but that
at,
sorry,
out the floor. I'll mute myself.
Yes. So, no. Sorry. I just wanted, like, going back to the Ur of the Chaldeans thing. The reason that's problematic is that when, if we're going with like the purported dates that the biblical text sets forward, and we're looking at Abraham, late 3rd millennium, early 2nd millennium or something, Ur's been around for thousands and thousands of years, right? But like, it was not called Ur of the Chaldeans until the middle of the 1st millennium BCE.
Well, let's talk about this for a second. Okay. Right.
That's true.
It wasn't called Ur of the Chaldeans until, that's fine, because we have two different dating, and I want to know, how did they date that? What did they utilize to date this? What method of dating was utilized to establish this method of your source that you're bringing?
Have you consulted your source on that?
I'm asking Josh.
Okay.
Let me talk. All right. Let me
Thank you.
This is
Josh,
the lady onions and garlic.
What method of dating was
that?
Well, you guys threw that one out, so let's keep going. We move forward from that. Throw it away. I don't care. What method of dating was that?
Sure. I mean, you're not going to like my answer. That's a very complicated question.
That's okay, because you're bringing up things.
Let him finish, sis.
Support it.
Hey, sis, let him finish.
No worries. I'll be quiet.
Honestly, I feel like I'm making this worse. And my 2 newborn babies are screaming in the background, which means my wife is.
Our children. We can reschedule this when it's.
I can handle it, Josh.
No, I meant more. I'm afraid that I told my wife I'd be on here about 10 minutes.
No, it's all good.
And-
We talk
What to
later.
your
Oh.
children, Josh? Please.
Oh,
My
brother,
children
Josh.
just showed up too, actually. My children
Yeah.
just showed up.
Guys, this has been very interesting to say the
Very
least.
interesting.
Sorry that I've got to jump. Megan actually just texted me. So
Of course.
All right, cool.
all right, thank you guys very much. And Chuck, it was great talking to you.
Absolutely.
And
We talk again.
same
I'll call you
with
later.
everybody. All right, take care.
All right. What else we got to talk about now? Let's talk about Abraham for a little bit. Or we want to talk about the Exodus. What do you want to talk about, sis? Sister Naphtali.
We can continue to talk about this. You know, what was he saying though? Chuck, do you have that method of dating for him?
No, the dating as far as what? The Chaldeans coming in?
He was saying that the Chaldeans. So he said to me that he was debunking that the the Chaldeans came pretty late
Okay,
because of the
let me
time.
tell you why. Let me tell you why. Hold on.
And you can remove this map. You know, we don't need this anymore.
Because we know when the Chaldeans came in the region because they established themselves on the coastal region.
And what source is
where
that?
they used to live. All right, let me get a source for you right now. It's actually in
Thank you so much.
Oppenheim's book. Oppenheim's book, the one that I use.
Let's go to Oppenheim. What's his name?
Go to Oppenheim. A. Leo Oppenheim.
A. Leo Oppenheim. What's the name of it?
Hold on, I'm gonna tell you right now. Hold on one second. It's called Ancient Mesopotamia, pages 386 to 394. A. Leo Oppenheim. Hold on one second because it's in my book. Let's take a look. Why did Garfield use this source? Let's take a quick look. Why? Hold on one second. Hold on there. All right. Okay. The reason why I use them because the same Ur of Chaldeans argument. Ur of Chaldeans, Genesis 11:31. Haran died in the presence of his father Terah in the land of his birth, in Ur of the Chaldeans. Terah took Abraham his son and Lot the son of Haran, his grandson, and Sarah his daughter-in-law, his son Abraham's wife, and they went out together from Ur of the Chaldeans in order to enter the land of Canaan, and they went as far as Haran and settled there. The Chaldeans were not natives of Mesopotamia. I repeat, the Chaldeans were not natives of Mesopotamia, but late 10th or early 9th century BC, West Semitic Levantine migrants who were not a part of the previous 3,000 years of Sumerian, Akkadian, and Assyrio-Babylonian Mesopotamian civilization and history. Abraham was born in Ur, a city in southern Mesopotamia. It does not appear that Chaldeans were present at Ur during Abraham's period, which was about 2000 BC. The annals of Assyrian king Ashurnapal II, who reigned 884 to 859 BC, provide the first written evidence of Chaldeans in that region. And Chaldeans did not compete for Babylonia until the middle of the 8th century BC. As a result, the reference to Ur of the Chaldeans in Genesis 11:28 and 31 may be a geographic anachronism. This is in my book, page 210.
Can I add on that, Garfield?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Can I share my screen real fast?
Of course.
Okay. Let me pull it up. Okay. Okay, you see my screen?
Yep, I got you.
Because I'm trying to see it. I want to be in line with it. Is it up?
Yeah,
okay.
It's up.
All right, right here. Now, as you know, this is a PowerPoint that I had done for another topic, but this is relevant. So I'm just going to go through what the research has and what I was able to put together. Okay, so Or Keshdem, which we know today as Ur of Chaldees. The most common identification of Or Keshdem is the great city of Urumqi in southern Mesopotamia. This identification of location was first proposed by Henry C. Rawlinson. However, it was the archaeologist Sir Leonard Whalley who established it as the standard doctrine. I think that's important because when he did the excavations down in that region, he was the one that coined the phrase of Ur of Chaldees as being the location of where Abraham lived. So Woolley excavated the site during the years 1922, 1934, partly to uncover biblical connections that Abraham must have come from this great Sumerian city state, or Urim Key, or you won't even pronounce Key, but Urim, where he uncovered one of the largest cities in the ancient world, complete with ziggurats, beautiful objects, blah, 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 blah. Unfortunately, with the biblical myths, there has never been a Sumerian ruling list to verify as historical by archaeology or archaeological excavations, epigraphical inscriptions, and otherwise placing the Old Testament patriarch Abraham, Abram, whatever, in conjunction with Or. In fact, Professor Gary Rensburg, professor of Jewish history in the Department of Jewish Studies at Rutgers University, states the following: almost a century ago, by identifying Or Keshdem with Or of Sumer, even though there is no evidence in support of such a determination. Unfortunately, this identification persists in the minds of the authors who continue to produce maps, atlases, and textbooks with the erroneous information. You can pull that from the 2019 Gary Rensburg book, Where is Abraham's Birthplace? And you can even, I left the link here, so anybody want to copy it, they'll be able to pull it up and they can get additional information regarding that. And I even went as far as to indicate through this Mesopotamian map of city-states, we have the Ibaid area, you have Or, okay, you have Lagash. And we know that with the Sumerian kings list, my point was in going through that, and anyone that left such an impact in that region, we don't find any reference to Abraham, Terah, or any one of the biblical patriarchs as having any connection with the areas of Or. So
Hey, Chuck, let me ask you a big question though. What about Nimrod though? Nimrod. What about that?
Even with, that's another one. Even with Nimrod, we don't find any reference to the name Nimrod, Semiramis, or any of the things that we find in popular culture today. Now, what people have attributed in various groups, some people have tried to say that, well, Sargon may have been the biblical Nimrod, but we don't find any parallel stories that puts him in line with being that character. So from my research and from studies, I don't find any connection between Nimrod and Sargon. So the bottom line is we don't find Nimrod found on any ancient Mesopotamian text, be it Babylonian, Sumerian, Akkadian.
Yep, Nimrod is a part of the primeval history, Genesis 1-11, and he's not mentioned.
I agree.
Remember Seth and Cain.
You may not find in Nimrod, but you will find in Marker. You may not find Nimrod, but you will find in Marker.
Okay. Hold on. What year is in Marker?
In Marker is the king of
What year he is?
He's in Sumer. He's in that time period.
Okay, watch this. I'm gonna show the screen.
Also, Chuck. Okay, you said a lot. First of all, you said Nimrod was Sargon.
No, I said people say that. I didn't say I agree with that. And in fact, I'll tell you, I do not agree with that.
Then why'd you read it? Okay.
Because I'll tell you why. I said that people have said that in various circles.
They're wrong.
Not that it's true. Some people
they're sadly wrong.
Listen, some people have hypothesized that Sargon was Nimrod, but we don't find any parallel stories to connect
the two. Not. And you're correct. You're not. But you will find him within Marker.
Naphtali, you believe that Nimrod lived?
No, I don't believe anything. I don't believe anything.
All right, you said Enmarkar.
No, I don't believe it. It's fact. It's fact.
Okay, so Enmarkar lived for 420 years, right? I just want to make it clear what the audience see where you're going. And Nimrod lived 30.
And you believe in billions of years.
Hold on, sister. So you believe
You asked me a
that
question.
Nimrod, hold on, Nimrod lived before Ham? He lived before Noah? Really? You want this work? You
Why
better-
would Nimrod live before him?
because you said he's Enmerka, and Enmerka was 3400 BC.
Yep.
Yes,
You
and
just
that's after
proved
the
whole
flood.
argument, man.
The flood
Come
was
on, man. Cut it out.
4000 BC.
Take
The
that back.
flood is
Take that back.
4000
Take that back.
BC.
Take that back.
He lived completely after.
Take that
Okay,
back.
are you guys
Take
want
that
me to
back.
talk or
Take that
not?
back. Take that
Do you
back.
guys want to hear me or not? Do you guys want to hear me or not?
Go ahead,
Because
sis.
you just said something, I'm going to respond to it.
Go ahead, sis.
All right.
I don't know why your husband will come on the show.
I
Tell
go
him
with
to pull
the.
up.
I don't believe in billions of years. I don't. I take the biblical narrative. There was a flood. Everybody knows there was a great deluge. It's not just mine.
When was
That
When
is
did it
actual
happen?
historical.
When did it happen? When did it happen?
Now there may be an argument between when did it happen. I say 4500, which brings
before
us
Adam
right
existed?
into the time
Before Adam
period
existed?
when the Sumerians came about.
Oh, okay.
No,
Okay.
6000. 6000 is the year that Adam existed.
6000 when?
Or 8.
6000 when?
10 to 12 to
Making it up.
12,000. No, I'm not making it up.
All right, show me a
No.
text that says that.
Not by the
Show a
biblical
text.
chronology.
Give a text.
Oh my gosh, really? We're gonna do
Give a
that?
text.
You
Share
haven't
your
provided
screen
any
with the
source.
text. Share your screen
Remember,
with
you were
the
supposed
text.
to give me the
Verifying
dating
that.
as to why. Hold on, Chuck. Remember, you were supposed to give me the dating method that was utilized to establish all that information you just brought out.
I didn't say that. I was giving you the references
No,
that
Chuck.
you can go and check.
Chuck, no,
I felt like everything you said
no.
was pretty much useless.
Okay,
I'm
well,
just being honest.
everything you're saying is useless because you haven't proved a thing.
And you haven't proved nothing either.
Yes, I have, because the documentation is right there. Your problem is you're
No,
trying
I provided
to
documentation as
confirmation
well.
bias. You're trying to bring your religious ideology into reality. It's
Sir, I
just
don't
not
believe in a
going to work.
religion. I
It's
don't
just
believe in a
not going to
religion.
work. That's
I don't
just the
believe you do.
unfortunate
What's
thing.
your religion?
I've
What do
dealt
you, what's
with
your,
religious. I've dealt with religious kooks all for
I'm
years.
not a
And
religious.
what
I'm
I've
not
seen
religious.
is you try to blend reality to coincide with mythology. And then
what
you
did you do?
then
And
your
what did you
research
just do?
then your
And what did you
research is
just do?
based around confirming your biases. And
No,
that's
I'm
when
not
your
biased.
sources get
I'm not
checked
biased.
and it
That's
makes
when
you
the
look
guy left.
silly. So
You're,
when
what,
you use
how about
Samuel
this?
Kramer,
How about
Samuel Kramer is making reference to the similarity in the Semitic language,
Your guy is
not the
religious.
Sumerian language,
Your
which
guy
is
is
a
religious.
total difference. And then you made a reference to using the cuneiform
You have
vowel.
not debunked
There
it.
is no
Your
cuneiform
linguistic,
vowel.
your linguistic,
Cuneiform
your
is a
linguistic
wedge-shaped.
expert did not
That is
debunk
a
that.
wedge-shaped writing.
Hold on,
You need
Chuck.
to get
You're not a
clarity on
linguistic
certain things
expert.
before you
You're
try to
not a linguistic
articulate it.
expert.
Because so
You're
far, what
not.
you're trying to
You're
articulate
not the
is more
expert.
based on your belief and not anything that you can substantiate. You
So what
can't
do
even
you
give
do?
the page from Samuel Kramer's book. So how can we take you serious?
I couldn't give you a
I
page
thought
that
so.
you.
That
Okay.
that makes my point. Thank you.
No, you made no point. What's your origin story, Kramer? What's your origin? What you believe in? How did Earth create? How did it get here?
I'm sorry, I'm not into that spooky stuff that you people are into.
You don't have to be.
I'm not into it. I
His
don't
mind
even
is
go into that.
incorrect. His
That's
mind is incorrect.
religion.
What
Who
is?
created this? Where was that from? That's your religious stuff.
No,
You're trying
so
to
what is
pass
not
that on
religious?
to
What is
us.
fact then? What
I'm
is
not
fact
into
then?
that, dear. I'm
That's
not
fine.
into that spooky
Good.
stuff.
So what is
You
fact
believe
then?
in some type of
You
God that
say mine is
allocates
fiction.
creation and people and tragedies and
That's
benefits.
okay.
I'm not into that kind of stuff.
Good.
You
So what is
need
fact?
that.
No, I
You
don't.
need that. That's
what is
something
fact
you
then,
need.
Chuck?
That's good
What
for
is
you.
fact?
I'm not into that crazy stuff.
Great.
I deal
So
with
what are you into?
reality and
What are you into?
practicality. I study history.
So
I
what's
don't get
historically
into that
accurate
religious
then?
mythos stuff. Now you may want to get into it, but that's
Let's-
good for you.
No, let's get
Because I
into
can
it.
see that you need that to help hold
No, I
you
don't.
in tune. I'm not
No, I
into
don't.
it.
Keep
So
bringing out.
when you ask the
Bring
question,
some.
who created this and that, you need to first establish what you're talking about. And when you came up with this Samuel Kramer thing and you didn't have a page that we can go and verify so we
You
make
can
sure that
verify
you're
it
not making
yourself. That's
something
your
up.
job. It's your job. I gave you
it's
the
not my
source.
job. The burden of proof is on you.
I gave you the proof.
You
Don't
are
prove
the
me
claim.
wrong.
You're making the claim and
Go
you're attributing
prove.
it
You
to
haven't proved me
Samuel
wrong.
Kramer.
Did Samuel Kramer say it or no? Yes or no? Did he say
You don't
it?
know because you don't have the page.
You haven't debunked me either.
Have you shown the page?
Have you went to go
Do
find
you
it?
have the page?
Have you verified it?
Do you have the page so
Go
you can share
verify
your
it.
screen?
Tell
Yes
me
or
I'm
no?
wrong. Tell
Yes
me
or
I'm
no?
wrong. Tell me I'm wrong, Chuck.
Hey, hello.
Go
Are you
verify
going to
me.
share your screen?
Verify me that
I
I'm
thought so.
wrong.
I thought
Prove
so.
me wrong.
If
I
you
proved
had the
something,
quote,
you proved
if
me
you
wrong.
had the quote and you had it visible, you could show it on the screen where we can
Why
verify.
don't you
By
go
you
show me
omitting
that
that,
it's not
one would have to
verifiable?
be
I gave you the
suspicious
name of the
on
book.
your motives, which would kind of put you in line with trying to pass something off that's not
You know
actually
what?
what he said,
You know
but
you're
you're
fronting,
using it
Chuck.
as your
You fronting,
confirmation
Chuck.
bias.
You fronting, Chuck.
Garfield, I
You
can't deal with
fronting,
these
Chuck.
people on this level. I need to deal
Go
with
do
more
it.
people
Because
who
you
deal
don't.
with
You
stuff
can't deal with
that,
me.
that they can
You
verify
can't
what
deal
they're
with
saying.
me.
Don't make a
You
quote
don't have
and
any
you can't
answers.
even give the
All
page
you
that
have
the
is
quote.
Josh
You can't
left.
even quote.
He said he
Hey,
was
all
not
right.
helping the
Hey,
situation.
Chuck, stop. Naftali, stop. All right. Hey,
That's
Naftali.
Chuck. I asked him to prove me
I'm
wrong.
asking you to show me the
Hey,
page so I
Naftali.
can go and look in the book.
Everybody stop. Everybody
Okay.
stop. We're getting into pig mode right now. We're in pig mode.
Sumerian.
What
It-
page?
What
Hold
do you
on.
say?
Samuel Noah Kramer, 1963 book, The Sumerians. Go.
What page?
Go.
What
Go.
page?
What page?
What page?
Go. Run.
What page?
You got to prove me wrong.
What
Oh my
page?
God! You won't show
What
the page? That shows that you are disingenuous and you're using confirmation bias because there may be something else on that page that refutes your argument.
Why don't you go find out and refute it then?
Garfield,
Go
I
get
can't
it.
waste any more time.
What's
I'm going
wrong
back
with
in.
you?
I
Go
gotta go
get
and
it.
continue moving because
Since
I'm
I wasted
relocating to the
your
other
time,
side of the
why
island.
don't you go
I'll
find
talk
the
to you
page
later,
and
and
put it in the
maybe we
comment
can do
section?
another show and we can address this in detail because I'm gonna go into my my files and
Please,
pull up the
pull
book
the book.
so that I can look at it in
Go get the book
context
right
and
now.
not rely on just one
Go get
line
the
that
book.
someone's reading
You
and
don't
not
have
even
to.
having any clue on what the language is itself. So we'll build
Okay.
on this at another
Well,
time.
you know what?
Hey,
Why don't you
listen,
go
it was
tell
nice
Kramer
talking
that?
to you. With all due respect, it was nice talking to you. I love your spirit, but next time you just got to be a little more tighter in
Well, you
being
know
able
what?
to
Next
present
time,
your sources.
come back with the page
So we'll
number.
talk.
and
We'll
see.
talk to you later. Okay? Enjoy.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. Everybody's falling out. I know. I'm still standing.
What's up,
I'm still
Garfield?
standing.
Hey, what's up, sis? We still here.
Let's do
I
it.
think Chris, you here?
Yeah, I'm
We
here.
ain't
Can you
gonna
hear
come
me?
back on this stuff. I told you we was done with it.
Anybody who wants to come in the chat could come in and question me or the sister. If the sister wants,
Yeah, sis. Can you hear me loud and clear?
whatever you want to do, sis.
I'm still here. Let's do it. What's your
Can
name?
you
I
hear
can't
me?
see you.
Garfield, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
I'm
Hey, I
asking
don't.
Garfield to remove this thing. I can't see your name.
All right, go ahead, sis. I'm having connection problems anyway, so maybe I need to cut this show off.
My name is Chris Harris.
Hey, Chris.
So
How
that.
you doing today?
How you doing? No, I'm not gonna sit up here and browbeat you to death based on your belief or your
Please,
faith
let's
or
do it.
anything.
Browbeat me. Browbeat me.
No,
Do
no,
your
I'm
work.
not. No, I'm not
Okay,
trying to
well,
do my. I'm not trying to do your
then
worst.
what's
But
the
one of the
purpose of
things
coming on here then?
to ask you some questions about historical fact here,
Please,
if you
let's
don't
do
mind.
it. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. You don't have to be aggressive with me because I'm not going to be aggressive with you. But I do want to ask you a question. This has been a very interesting conversation, Garfield. I'm going to talk to you about some things that you made a mistake on, Garfield. You got to get better. But anyway, you mentioned the Epic of Gilgamesh and you started mentioning the Ugaritic texts. Are you really familiar with those texts? Or is it just something that you were mentioning for argument purposes?
No, when I mentioned those texts because, what's your name, Chris again? Because Garfield said that my source was trash.
Okay.
So I was trying to ask him because I wasn't going to use the Bible because I don't have to. Okay? I don't have to use it. I'm asking you, what books do you want me to use? Get me in the space where you're at. Because I don't have time to go back and forth. Hold on one second, Chris. I don't have time to go back and forth and you tell me you slapping your head, people laugh in the comments, oh, you're religious, oh, she talking about the Bible. I don't have to talk about the Bible. I don't have to bring it up at all. I want to know what text is important to you. Do you like the Ugaritic text? Do you like the Epic of Gilgamesh? Do you respect?
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But like I said, you said, I'm not coming at you aggressively. I'm just going to ask you a
I
question.
apologize, Chris. Let me give myself a breather. Go ahead and finish what you were saying.
Yeah. Go ahead. Give yourself a breather. I just want to talk to you about the Epic of Gilgamesh because if I asked you, was that mythological? I'm pretty sure you would say that the Epic of Gilgamesh is a mythological text that existed in the Mesopotamian lore around 2300 BCE.
You just spoke for me and you spoke incorrectly for me because you don't know my stance on that. And let me explain what that means.
No. I didn't speak for you.
You say
I
I
didn't
would
speak
say
for
it's
you.
mythological. You said
I
I would say
said
that.
right, but I would sit up here and say if
So
I
I don't
asked
agree
you,
with
was
that.
it? So you believe that it was real?
Let me explain why.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you.
You don't have to
All
be
right.
so aggressive. I'm not arguing with you.
I'm calming down, Chris. Listen to your sister. All right. Let me paint this picture for you. They want us to believe that everything that these people who are very scientifically full of knowledge, that everything that they did was fake, that it was a myth. They wrote on these walls, they wrote down what they believed in cuneiform. If you want me to sit there and disregard what my ancestors did as foolishness, child fairy tales, no. Now, was things exaggerated? Why not? But the thing is that there's truth found in everything. Because one thing I know about the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Anunnaki, anything that you throw at me, it all makes sense because everybody tells the same story. Even your famous Greeks that Garfield likes to quote all the time. They
Okay,
all talk about the
okay,
same thing.
sis,
It's a
that's
repetitive
not where I'm
thing.
trying to go. And I want to correct you on something. You just spoke
Go
for
ahead,
me when you said you're
please.
famous Greek. So don't
Finish everything
browbeat,
you say.
sis. I let you talk. I'll let you talk. I can have a conversation. If you don't want to, if you just don't feel like doing this, I don't have to. I don't want to waste my
No,
time, and I
Chris,
definitely don't
go
want to
ahead
waste
and
yours.
say everything you got to say. I'm all ears. I'm muting
Okay,
myself.
thank you. So what you have here in the Gilgamesh, because you did not answer my question, you didn't allow me to frame my question for you. You're talking about a belief. I'm talking about what we call historiography. We can clearly see the parallels in the Gilgamesh story versus that of Noah's Ark. Now, Garfield makes a point when he says stories have no borders. So what we see with all these mythologies is that they all have certain mythological archetypes that can relate to one another. Now, the Epic of Gilgamesh, once again, existed in Mesopotamia 2300 BCE on the tablets they've been found in. And they even found it on the Ugaritic tablets. The Ugaritic text also contained the Epic of El, in which El has 70 sons. But in the biblical narrative, we see Yahweh has 70 nations that were sons. It's called etiology. You understand what I'm saying? So when you're seeing etiology, etiology is mythology where people begin to explain the origins of themselves through mythology. So when you're trying to use mythologies to confirm your existence on this planet, that's why everybody's kind of like browbeating you, because when you brought up Shem and Sumer, the one question I have for you, this is why I asked you, I want to give you frame for my question. How does that prove that Shem existed?
Chris, you said a lot of things, so I need to go back.
No, what I was showing was, hold on, listen to what I said. I showed you comparative mythology and how the Gilgamesh story existed before that of Noah's Ark. Stories have no borders. All right. People carried their stories with them as they migrated throughout the Levant, the Transjordan, the Nile, all over sub-Saharan Africa. They always carried their stories with them. So evidently that they would change over time, but the core belief would still be there. Right? That's why you see so many mythological archetypes, resurrection deities, flood epics, so on, sons of God, so on and so on. So I'm asking.
I thought you said you don't let me talk.
Okay, hold on, sis. I see. You know what, sis? I see why Garfield does what he does now. Everybody was in the chat. A lot of people were rooting for you in the chat. I said I can talk to you, but I'm trying to show you that a lot of mythologies are comparative. Earlier, I listened to this entire show, and you said that the stories in the Ugaritic text line up with that of the Bible when in fact they don't. But
I
my
never said
core,
that.
sis,
I
you
never
said
said
it in
that.
the, sis, you said it. I heard you. I know I heard you. And
I
I
never
said
got
right there,
I never
that's
got a
not
chance
true.
to I never got a chance to explain that because he never explained to me if he
But you
accepted it.
made the, sis, you made the statement. None of those line up with any of your biblical texts.
It lines up with the Canaanites, and that's why I was pulling it out
Well, the
because they use
Ugarit is a
the
city, sis.
Canaanites.
Ugarit, okay, but Ugarit was a city in Canaan.
Yes,
That doesn't that
I'm
doesn't prove
talking about.
anything.
That's fine. I wasn't going to use it. I never even brought it up. You
But
came
they
back.
had their, but sis, listen what I'm saying. The Canaanite people had their own culture, and they had their own culture. And you brought up the Armana tablets also, but your dates are off. The dates would completely be off.
Okay,
So
I
I
can
want to
go.
just get to the core question. I want to get to the core question. How does you saying Shem means Sumer prove Shem existed?
All right. Again, Chris, if you're going to allow me to speak, thank you. Are you finished talking? Because I want to make sure I give you your time.
You don't have to be sadistic with me. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. You mentioned you mentioned El. The Bible speaks on El. It's Bel. Time, like you said, as over time, the seven. So you said 7 sons of El. It's actually the 70 sons of El, and the 70 sons of El were sent down to
Sister, I
rule
said
over.
70 sons. I said 70 sons of El.
I apologize. I didn't. I'm see. It's hard. Sometimes we don't hear things. Okay, I admit that. I see you just corrected me. So the thing is that the 70 sons of El, and there are 70 nations in the Bible. So if you look at what the preamble of the Anunnaki is that the sons of El were to come down and rule over the black-headed people. The people of the black head are called the Sumerians. And if you look at what the Bible says, see, I put everything together. I'm trying to put it all together to paint the big picture, because when you say there's something called stories, that's all we have. All we have is what's left behind. All we have is his story, which is history. That's all we have. So all the thing I can do is pull from this source, pull from that source, and see if it all lines up and makes sense. Because at the end of the day, that's all we have, because we're not there. And that's why everything requires belief. People say, I don't believe in anything. You have to believe, and you have to have faith in whoever you believe in to give you the information that you've received. Because you have
And
not
that's how
looked at
you
the
get your
wall.
confirmation bias.
No, I don't
That's
have
why
any
you're that's why you have
confirmation.
a confirmation bias. Based on
You
what you
just
just
cut me
said right
off.
there.
You don't want me to cut you off, but you can cut me off.
I'm
You see
not
that?
cutting you off. I'm actually building with you.
Okay, so when I
You're
try to
high
build with
strung
you,
right now.
but when I try to build with
Hey
you, you
Garfield,
have
Garfield. Hey Garfield. It's okay. It's okay, sis. I don't want to upset you. I'll pass. Go ahead, Garfield.
Yeah, let me get new university TV. Come on in for a second, bro.
How you doing, Garfield? Brother Garfield and the panel?
Peace and love. Peace and love. Go ahead,
Peace
brother.
and love, brother. How you doing, sister? You doing a great job teaching. I like everything you saying. Some of the things I would like to add to what you were saying. Like, one thing I wanted to be clear about is that, as far as I'm concerned, that Sumer and the word Sumer would predate the word Shem. So the word Shem or Sem, as you said, meaning name, as in Hashem, but it also means up there or sky. Okay? And then Shemayim means the waters up there or in the sky. And then Shem also means sun, as in Shamsun or Shamsun.
well,
Shem.
we had the linguistic person on here, the linguistic specialist named Josh. Okay, because I'm not a linguistic specialist, and my opinion means absolutely nothing. So we're going to go based off of what Josh said. And Josh said that Shum meant name, and Shem means name. And when you tell
Okay,
me
so
the
we can
name,
say, listen to what we're
Hold on,
saying.
hold on, hold
We
on,
can
hold on,
say, no, Garfield, we have to stop this right here. This
so
is
you
a
got
lot of
to cut me off.
pontificating.
You can
hold on,
cut me
This
off
is a
now.
lot of pontificating, Garfield, and I'm going to show you why. They have not shown Shem existing. I can acquiesce to that and say, okay, it means Shem. But how does this prove Shem existed.
Okay, Chris. I've been trying to do that with the people in the Mesopotamia. They share the same exact names as the people that supposedly come from Shem. Now,
So did people in Canaan. Those names were not original, unique to the
Yo,
Israelites.
that's
The
crazy.
Amorites also had those names. That doesn't mean
okay,
anything.
name one name. One. You said name.
Yaqub Baal, which was a Hyksos king, his name was Yaqub. You translate that today and you get Jacob, son of Baal.
And guess why?
Next,
You know why you get that? Because we're reading in Canaanite languages.
one more time. You
You
have to
everything.
show us. No, you asked me for some proof.
Hey,
I
Chris, hold on
gave
one
it to
second,
you
Chris.
easily.
Hey, Rob on. Unmute your mic real quick and talk.
This is horrible.
My signal is
Chris,
bad, yo.
Hebrew is the Canaanite language, Chris.
Hold
Once you
on,
get that in
Naphtali.
your head, then you'll
Naphtali,
learn that
hold on
that's
one
why the
second.
names are
Rob
the
on, go
same.
ahead, man. Say what you got to say.
No, I'm just listening, man. This is crazy. I'm just listening. I was gonna talk to you about that video we did 5 years ago to see what you think about it.
I ain't even
That's
watching
kind of
over, but I think it was funny. I was watching the comments, people going crazy. Go ahead.
Peace,
Go ahead,
Ron.
Naphtali. Naphtali, go ahead.
Go ahead, y'all
No,
can finish.
because I just want to say something about Chris. Look at the Canaanite language family, Chris. Then come back to me and go tell me what it say. Boom.
What Canaanite family? What language branch? What linguistic branch are you talking about?
Go to
Are you
whichever.
talking about the Akkadian?
No,
Are you talking about the Phoenician? Are you talking about Proto-Sinaitic? Which one?
Okay, you just said Phoenician, which is Canaanite. Proto-Sinaitic is Canaanite. As you see, all those languages belong to the Canaanites. So won't you go find out more
No, no,
of
no, no,
them?
no. You're based. Hold on. I know plenty about him. You're not talking to somebody ignorant. You guys are
Okay.
on here pontificating.
Good.
You have not shown the proof of your original statement
Yes, I
when
did.
you said that Shem and Sumer are the same thing, which is a false cognate, by the way. I don't
No,
care
it's
what
not.
any linguist says. Stop it.
That's based off of your
How does
opinion.
that prove Shem existed?
Okay, so guess what, Chris? I utilize linguistics, geography, bibliography. I mean, biblically. What else do you want? What do
I
you want,
want
Chris?
the proof that Shem existed. You don't get Shem or this eponymous ancestor until sometimes after the Babylonian captivity, because these people did not know where they came from. So
Are you
these
indigenous?
stories,
Are you
excuse
indigenous,
me?
brother? Are you indigenous thinking? Do you think you're indigenous?
No, I'm African, baby. I'm
All right.
African. I don't play the indigenous in that title either. I need for you to show me, because that's irrelevant to what I'm asking you,
No,
to
I'm trying
show
to
me
build
how
with
Shem
you
exists. And
because
guess what? Hold on.
you
You're
know
not
my
working
language
with
and I
me.
don't know yours. How can
You
I
know
build
what?
with you and I don't know nothing
You
about
know
what you
what?
teach me or what you tell me
You can
about?
build with me first by being
How
honest and
can I?
answering the question.
You ain't gave me nothing, brother.
You're hurt.
You ain't gave me
Why are you
nothing.
so upset?
I ain't
Because that
hurt. I'm
question,
just giving you I'm using your
why? Because that
address.
question dissembles your
No,
entire premise.
no, it didn't. It didn't
Okay,
assemble
so can
anything.
you show us what do you have with the Shem have to do with Sumer, and how does it prove that Shem existed? That's all we're asking.
Okay, so apparently there is a group of people that are sharing the same exact names as the same exact people in the Bible and went through the same exact things that the people that was in the Bible. Like with Aram, Aram are the people of Shem. The Arameans are the from Aram.
Irrelevant to what I've just asked you again, and you have not answered the
No, it's not.
question.
I'm providing you the people that are still in the land today. They're called Syrians. They still exist.
Sis, in Deuteronomy 26 and 7, Jacob is called an Assyrian. Next,
Jacob is
Ezekiel
Shem.
16, you guys are called
He's
Hittites and
from the line of
Amorites.
Shem. He's
But
from the
when we
line of
read in the
Shem.
book of Deuteronomy, Amorites and Hittites are from the line of Canaan, which is the son of Africa. So when you start playing this game with me, which one is it?
Okay, so here we go. Let's do this. You said that the Canaanites.
Sis,
You don't want me to explain, do
stop,
you, brother?
stop, no, because you
You
can't.
want me to? You
You
won't
can't.
let me.
No,
Give
you
me the
can't.
chance to do
You
it.
can't.
Shut up then.
Hey,
Be
Chris, you
quiet.
gotta give us a shot to explain though, bro.
Dang.
I'm waiting.
Mute him. Mute him. Okay. Like I said, I don't want you to be muted. I just want you to you ask me questions. We're gonna do this back and forth.
Yeah,
You
prove
ask,
Shem
I
existed.
ask.
That's all I don't care about.
That's fine. You said something about how you said something about them being the Amorites and Jacob. That was not speaking in a literal sense. The problem is the Israelites worshipped and made it and became one and the same with the Canaanites that the Most High had told them that you ain't even an Israelite no more. Your daddy is a Hittite, your mama's an Amorite or whatever. I can't think of the way it was worded verbatim.
Well, the
But the thing is,
context certainly isn't there. That it speaks about that in Ezekiel 16.
it does
Context is
because
not there.
the whole Bible is about the Israelites being with the Canaanites, and that's why they keep
Yeah, it's a
going into
very
captivity.
ethnocentric book.
Hey,
I
hey,
agree with you on that.
Naphtali, I agree with you, sis. Naphtali, it's Garfield. I agree with you. Can I ask you one question?
Garfield, this is your show, honey. You
Can
can
I
have
ask you one question, sis?
you can have the floor, Garfield.
Can you come and join the Dagger Squad, man?
You know it. You got it.
All
Where
right.
my t-shirt
I'm
at? Where my
hey,
chain?
as long
Where
as
my
they
chain
approve
at?
me adding you, I'm gonna add you in the back chat. We gonna build in the back chat and we gonna have some decent conversation. Ain't
Thanks,
nobody gonna
Garfield, man. I'm out, man. Thanks, y'all. Peace, sis. I'm
Hey,
out.
Chris,
Hey,
Chris,
Chris,
check out
hold
my
up.
Chris,
channel.
You can
Chris,
be
Check
a
out my
Chris,
Chris,
channel, Chris.
Chris.
Chris, I gotta
I
say
got
this to you.
glasses.
That boy good. That boy good. Chris, that
I
boy,
know
you
it.
good, boy. You good.
I know it. I know it.
All right. Anyway,
I
I'm gonna
know
kick
it.
everybody
Hey,
off,
I
man.
ain't
I
done
gotta
with you,
kick
Chris.
everybody
Come on
off.
my channel. Let's have it up. Let's chop it up. All right, let's do this
Okay,
again.
here.
Hold on,
Write down my
let me kick
email address.
everybody
Hold
off.
on, Garfield. Let me give her my email address. Chris Harris 313 at gmail.com. Or you and make sure your husband knows you can give me a call at 813
Oh
240
man, don't give you his number on the video.
5650.
Don't give you
You
number on
will die against me.
Chris, I
I
love
gotta kick him off for that, man. I gotta
But you
kick
know
him off
what?
for that.
I'm
Let me get
also, you know
Morpheus.
what? I get so much love from because I can't leave out my buddies out there, my brothers, the folk and Willie bullies. I'm a bully and I'm a folk. I'm all that, and I can be dagger too. I just want to make sure everybody know that I'm all love for everything, all my brothers, and I
All right,
appreciate you,
that's what's up.
Garfield,
Hold on,
because
don't move, sis. Don't move,
all right,
don't move. I got my man Morpheus. He's like the Godfather. So check him out. Morpheus,
Yo,
you up,
peace,
man?
peace.
Talk to the sister, man. And I got
Oh,
Q
yeah,
next.
yeah, I was gonna tell you, Garfield. Yo, you got to put her on the Dagger Squad, yo. I was gonna ask you that, yo. But sis, let me ask you a question, right?
let's
Can
do
you hear
it.
me?
I'm
Can you
here.
hear me?
I'm
Okay.
here.
I noticed that a lot that you make a lot of validity in Akkadian and Sumer. Multiple times you mentioned Enuma Elish in the Epics of Gilgamesh. And also, finally, Anunnaki came up, which I knew that was going to come up sooner or later. So, um, within the Anunnaki story, that it seems like that you do place some validity in. Um, do you also believe within the Anunnaki story, that Akkadian story? So, is it your position that you also believe in Nibiru, Enki, Enlil, and those you know according to the story, do you believe in the Nibiru?
See, what people misunderstand is that they all are the same. That's why everybody say everything goes back to Egypt because they're the same. So everything actually goes back to Sumer, which is Shem. They're the originators of it. They the ones that started it all. The fallen angels, what I call fallen angels, they call Anunnaki. It's the same story. The only difference
So,
is that it's happening to different people and they're translating it the way that they see it, the way that they feel like with the Dogon. The Dogon
but
is going to tell you how they
right,
feel. They
right,
worship up.
but Nibiru is according to the story, from my understanding, Nibiru is the planet of the crossing, so it's a planet, right?
Yes, Saturn. We can
It's a,
call it Saturn. Or Ceres, Saturn, whatever you want to classify it, because they worship the Greek. The Romans worship a deity named Saturn. So the thing is that I don't have a problem with. That's the problem. I don't limit knowledge. I want everybody. My thing is
so,
everybody needs to
so
read
my
everything.
question is, no, I got you, but I'm trying to figure out how do you harmonize, right, the Nibiru story, Anunnaki story, right? Anu, right? How do you harmonize that with the biblical narrative? I'm interested in that.
Let's do it. Anu is is the son of Anak, the Anakim, which is the giants in the Bible, the Amorites. And they tell
Wait,
you
stop.
that.
Okay, let's do it step by step, if you don't mind. It's just step
Let's
by
do it.
step. Right, first, who is Anu?
Anu. He is what you ever want to call him. He's El, he's Baal. If you look at the preamble to the Anunnaki, it says, Anu, the slubline, the king of the Anunnaki, gave me El, Baal, the
Okay,
rulership.
wait. I'm gonna do first. Watch how we do this. I just want to stay. I don't want to do comparison yet. Within the story of the Anunnaki and the
Fifth
Enuma
Ave, come
Elish.
up here. Fifth Ave,
Watch
come up
it.
here.
Watch it. So inside the Enuma Elish
You
story,
go find it.
right? Anu is who? Because this is for the listening audience. According to the Gilgamesh epics and the Enuma Elish, let's start from the beginning. Who is identified? Who exactly is Anu?
El, Baal.
No. El and Baal is a different narrative. That's biblical and Canaanite stuff. I'm saying listen, I'm trying to stay first in the Samaria, in the Akkadian story. Like I'm not asking who he's equivalent to. I'm asking just that alone. Who is Anu?
He is a deity. He is the deity of the Anunnaki.
Okay. So what can you tell us about this deity? And stay within the Akkadian. Just stay there. What can you tell me? Where does Anu come from? Give me some info about Anu.
Okay. Anu, where he came from. Right now, I don't want to tell you anything incorrectly because I'm not prepared for that. But I know that Anu is nothing more than a god or deity of the Sumerians. The Sumerians or the Akkadians, whoever you want to classify them, are all worshiping the same deities. That's why they put them all together, and it all go. You say you don't want to hear about Canaanites, but guess what? The Canaanites ruled over Babylon. Is the largest.
No. I'm not trying to. I hear you, but I'm not trying to get there yet. I'm trying for the listening audience, right? This is for the listening audience, right? We want to first, before you can say who he or she is equivalent to in another culture, we first have to get to the root. I want to understand. I want the people to understand because I know it all very well. But I want the people to know who is Anu and where does Anu comes from within the Akkadian Mesopotamian culture.
Okay, I don't know your name. What's your name again?
I am Morpheus.
I love it, Morpheus. I love somebody with a personality. Okay, Morpheus. I'm Neo. Okay, so let's do it. I'm not fully prepared to speak on the complete story of the Sumerians at this moment because I didn't know we were going to get into that. I was just preparing for the Canaanites, and we didn't even get to talk about the Canaanites. But yeah, won't you tell me? Edify
There's
yourself.
a reason why I asked. There's a reason why I asked, right?
Edify.
Right. This is the reason. This one why I asked is because I think that before we can say who's an equivalent to that particular deity being in that culture, we first have to know everything about that person or being or deity to be able to say, yes, this culture, this is exact equivalent, right? It is equivalent. But if we don't know, example, Anu has a beginning, right? Within that culture, in that story, Anu has a beginning.
What is the beginning? What is the beginning, Morpheus?
Listen,
I'm taking the red pill right now. Let's do it. What's the beginning?
Let me finish, and then we can get into that. But damn, you made me lose my thought. Damn. Okay. What I'm trying to say is, right, I got it. So according to the story, Anu has a beginning. It has a story within itself of who is Anu before we even get to the Anunnakis and Enlil and Enki and Ninhursag and all that other stuff, right? So I'm
I
saying,
can't know it all. I can't know it all, Morpheus. Won't you tell?
no, I'm not saying you do. I'm just saying, I'm just saying, you don't even have to do this right now. It's just something to think about. Say, okay, before we can say, there's a 1-to-1 equation. First, we gotta because if Anu has a beginning and the biblical God has no beginning, then there's no equivalent.
Well, I
You feel
knew
what
it
I'm
was
trying to say?
created. I knew it was created, and the
Right.
biblical
So
God was not. So if I
right.
knew
So
it,
then,
so
so,
that's what
so
I'm going to. I knew it was a fallen angel. What I would call a fallen angel, or what the Sumerians would call an Anunnaki, or whatever you want to call it, an alien. I don't know how you want to classify it. It's so many ways. Or you can call him a god versus a demigod. They all speak on the same narrative. They want to call it a myth. It's not, because these people were more technologically advanced than we have ever been. And we find that all throughout Egypt, all throughout Mesopotamia, all throughout India, all throughout, because India is ancient, China is ancient, as well as Greece, in Greek. They all have the same story. Something came down, visited them, mixed with them, and taught them knowledge. Point blank, period. At the end of the day, all that other stuff don't matter. What we need to find out is who's the beginning and who's right.
Sis, please tell me you don't believe that. Please, this is Garfield. Please tell me you don't believe. Are you guaranteeing me right now that you believe? Listen, are you
I believe what?
do you really believe that 100%? What you just said? Do you really believe that? Do you believe that, sis?
I
Please
don't
tell
know
me you
what
don't
you're
believe
saying.
that.
I believe
What you just said a while ago about people coming.
about the stories aligning with each other.
No, coming down and giving the people knowledge and all that crazy. Please don't tell me you believe that. Please.
Well, how was knowledge
Please.
given? How was knowledge given, Garfield?
Sis, I'm asking you, do you really believe that?
That something came down and taught people information.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
All right. It's 6:19.
Yeah, let me get in here real quick. I'm in and
Go
out, man.
ahead.
2 punches and I'm out. 2 punches
All
and
right,
I'm
go
out.
ahead.
I don't know why you got a problem with it, Garfield. I don't know why.
Yeah. Hey,
Do
yeah.
I
Hey,
believe it, or do I accept it as something that is possible?
if you accept it, you believe it. Let's move
Don't
on. Got
don't
it.
wiggle.
No, I don't
No
even know who
wiggle
you
room.
are,
There's
cause
no
you
wiggle
coming
room.
on here talking to me like that. You can go ahead and kick rocks. Cause
All right.
Okay.
I'm not liking the disrespect that I've been receiving. I've been very patient.
No, Naphtali, he's not disrespectful. He just needs
Yes,
to
he
respond.
is, cause he's telling me if you believe, you
Now,
don't put words in my mouth.
no. I'm telling you that you don't understand. If you
No,
accept
you
something,
don't
you
understand. I
believe
don't
it. It's
even
the
know who
same
you are.
thing.
You gonna come on here and tell me that I don't understand? I don't even know who you are. I
I
don't even
didn't
know who
say
you
that
believe.
you didn't understand. I said if you
Hey, look,
accept something, you believe it.
I've been very nice tonight,
Okay.
and I've been very patient for people to tell me what I believe in is incorrectly, when no
Okay.
one has told me nothing that they believed in. For me to
Okay,
tell them
great.
that they're incorrect.
I'll tell you what I believe in. Is that
Good,
fair?
let's do it. So I'm gonna tell you you're wrong too. Go ahead. What's your
Okay.
name?
Yeah, that's fine. My name is Q. So
Let's
yeah,
do it. Q.
I believe in 99.9% of the same things that you do outside of the biblical God that you believe in. Is you good on that?
Yeah, you gave me
Oh,
something.
okay.
Garfield gave nothing.
Okay, great. So now what I actually came on here to do was to say that I wouldn't mind coming to your channel and having a conversation with you
I
so
would
we get
love that.
so we can actually build on number one. You said that you are not a Homo sapien. You're actually a Homo sapien. I wanted to deal with that, and then I wanted to delve in further into your theology because history, as far as how you guys manipulate and talk about history, it really doesn't concern me. I throw all of that stuff in the garbage.
Who is you
I
guys?
rather
You just made a claim about me. What did I do?
I said the way how you guys deal and
Who is
manipulate.
you guys?
I'm talking about you and everybody else that has been speaking on
No,
this
you can't
panel.
put me in the same thing as far as everybody else, because I don't know what that means. I haven't
Okay.
put you in any box. I
Well, hold
haven't
on.
done that.
Listen. You misunderstanding what I'm saying. I said I would like to come on your show to deal
Please,
with these things. That's
please
what I'm
do.
saying.
Let's
So
do it.
now
What's
I
your name
want
again?
Q. I want
Please
to
do. My
deal.
channel is African Diaspora United in Christ, and send me a message. Okay. And by the way, when you stop by, subscribe.
Hold on. Put it in the back chat.
All right, I'll be in the back chat.
Yeah, just write it in there real quick. Like just
I'm
write it.
doing it right now.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I wanted to deal with your theology and your epistemology surrounding the way how you deal with your God of the Bible. And like I say, the history, how you guys deal with it, it makes me know never mind. I'm never going into the history telling you about this and that. Nah. I just want to deal specifically with your theology, and that's it. So that's what I came on here to say to you, actually. Okay.
All right, I'll put it in there. Um, okay, thank you again for coming on and wanting to come out and cook with me and talk with me, because that's what it's all about. It's just talking. That's why I reached out to Garfield, and
Yo,
he
you
did
know
give
it,
me an opportunity to talk, and I appreciate him
and
because a lot of my own brothers don't want to talk to me.
well, last thing before I leave, and I'll get off and let you answer the
Hey, Cube,
question.
Cube, all that thought, 1 second. Let me take you out the chat real quick. Hey, peace and love. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I want to give an honor and respect to Naphtali and what she did today. She is a brave sister, came on Dagger Squad. It really was supposed to be me and her, but it got into a whole trying to prove. I don't like to gloss over things, and I hope she reviews the video because the video was about trying to mix up Sumerian with Akkadian and Hebrew, and I hope she reconsiders that because Sumerian and Hebrew is not the same language family. It's not. It's its own isolated family by itself. Sumerian.
Let's debate that together next time, Garfield.
No. I'm not going to debate that. That's a linguistic
You,
stuff. I'm not going to debate that.
Well,
I'm not.
whoever
yeah,
want to
that's a.
debate me on it, let's do it.
And you shouldn't
I'm,
either, sis.
I mean, yeah,
Hold on,
you
sis.
sister, all
Sometimes
you
you
gotta,
gotta
all
take
you
Educate
time.
me on it, Garfield.
Sis,
Educate me
sis,
on it, Garfield.
sis,
Tell me
sister,
why.
sis. Listen to
just
what?
pop
Go
in
back to the
Sumerian
video.
right now.
Go,
Pop in Sumerian language right now in any encyclopedia and read it for us and tell us what it says. Put Sumerian language in and tell us what it says.
And what is the point of this again?
The point is that it has nothing to do with Hebrew, and Sumerian is an isolate language and the oldest
Well,
Semitic
I keep telling you
and the
the Hebrew
oldest.
language that we have is not the real Hebrew. I don't know why y'all keep bringing it up. I'm not gonna
That's
keep
fine.
keep
Okay,
doing
no,
it.
okay, sister, that's fine. You just said that you want to debate something. He just told you it's an
But
isolate.
you can't
Yo,
debate me on that's not my premise. You
so
don't know my premise because if you saying that the
I
Hebrew is the
listened to your
problem,
premise the whole time.
so what's my premise?
Garfield just told you that Hebrew is
No,
not
Garfield.
related to. Garfield just told you that Hebrew is not related to Sumerian language, and you said
I
let's
don't
debate that.
disagree with that. And I don't disagree with that.
You
I
just
agree
did
with
a second
Garfield.
ago. You've been doing this all day. I've been listening to you. You'll say
I keep
something and
telling you,
then you'll be like, I didn't say it. You got it.
no,
Okay, that's
sir.
fine.
I
You got
keep
it.
saying that the Hebrew word, the Hebrew language is not the right language. So why would I uphold a language that I say is a part of the Canaanite language family? You
What is the
miss
Canaanite language? Sumerian,
Canaanite,
Sumerian, Sumerian language is not Canaanite language either. You know that?
but you keep.
Hello?
I don't have a language. My people don't have a language anymore. It's been taken away.
So what was
We
their
don't have a
language?
land. We don't have a
What
language.
what was their language?
I quoted Zephaniah. The Most
What
High is going to
was their language?
give us our language back.
What was the
What was
language?
the language?
What was the language your holy text was manifested in? Hello?
Yes. Did you hear what I said?
What was the language your holy text was brought forth in?
It's been brought forth in every single language.
No.
And
Well, no. What is your oldest record in the Dead Sea Scroll? What is the language that is there? What is it?
the Hebrews
So you
mixed
have no
themselves
other
with the
so
Canaanites,
no,
and
there's
they
no
took
king.
on their way.
No. You talking about a script. Canaanite is a script. It's not the language. This is what we talking about. So
It's a
listen.
Hittite. Look at the hit. What's your name?
No, my name is
No,
Rob
no, no.
Bourne. There's
What's
no
your name?
Hittite language. My name is Rob Bourne.
Please. Oh, really? Share my screen
I'm
right
just
now. Share my screen. I'm sharing my screen right now. We're gonna do it right
I'm
now.
just
No, I'm
making
tired of this. Share my screen.
tired of
Share my
what? What are
screen.
you tired of?
Cause,
Wait, calm
cause, cause
down.
you just said the
Can
Hittite
you
ain't no
just
language.
calm? I didn't say Hittite wasn't no language. What are you talking about? I said it's a script. That's what I said. The
Hittite is
Hebrew
the
script.
origination of every single freaking language on this
that
dang.
sis. How
You
all of a sudden now you can
wildin'.
share? Hold on, Raw. All of a
I'm
sudden now you
tired.
can share your language, share your
I'm
screen.
tired.
And when we said the show Samuel Kramer, you couldn't share that. Hold up,
You want
hold
me to
up.
share the same your Kramer stuff too?
Yeah, share all of it. Now, cause
So
now you
so
playing.
so so
Now you
hold on.
Yeah.
So your oldest script, your oldest scrolls is the Dead Sea Scrolls. And your oldest language that is there is Paleo-Hebrew. That is not Hittite. The script that we're talking about, does come from a Canaanite script. That doesn't mean language. It's a script.
It's not a Canaanite.
Do you know the difference?
Sir, let me tell you something. There is something called a Canaanite language family.
We're not talking about that, sis. Listen.
The languages that are underneath that. You don't want to listen to me. You saying stuff, but you cut me off. I'm not going to respond to you. You're being rude and disrespectful.
Okay. All I did was ask you a question. What is the oldest language, aka script, that your book is manifested in?
I'm trying to explain that to you, and you're cutting me off and being very disrespectful. I'm telling you, it's the Canaanite Hebrew. It's Phoenician Hebrew, which is Paleo Hebrew.
Oh, so now you just said the same thing I just said.
No, because
why do you say that you don't have no language? That nobody knows the language. The Most High is going to reveal it.
You know why?
Hold on a second.
Because that's the language of the Canaanites.
Hold on, sis.
It's not my language.
Sis, hold on.
Just like English is not yours.
Include Ammonite, Ammana, Canaanite, Edomite, Hebrew, and Moabite, Phoenician, and the language of the dear Allah. So those are the Canaanite languages. Where is Hittite at?
Look into the Hittite language, Indo-European language family, Garfield.
Hittite family. So
Hittite in Indo-European language family, Hittite. The Proto-Hittite. Let's do this.
Hittite. Let me look at it right now. Indo-Hittite. In its context, the proto-language before the split of the Anatolian would be called Proto-Indo-Hittite. Okay, what about it?
That's how you get in. The Hittite word for water is the English word for water. It's the same language we speak today.
What does that have to do with the question about the origin of what is the Bible written in? The Bible is not written in Hittite
right now. You don't know your language, do you? Where did you come from?
I speak English.
Where did you come from?
I came from West Africa.
So you come from here, right? So what's your language in Africa? What's your language in Africa?
Language in Africa, they spoke many different languages.
Yeah, which one? Name one. Name one.
Name one. I can name TC. I can name Tweed. What you want me to name?
Your language.
I can name Tweed. I can name that.
The Most High took it from you. That's why you don't know.
No, it ain't no Most High take nothing
all
from
right,
you.
well, the white man took it from you. You rather have that one? You rather have the white man take it from you or the Most High?
The white man is your
Watch this. Hold on, Garfield.
He's yours.
Hold on, Garfield. Since you in the Most High, speak your language right now. Speak the language right now. Speak this Hittite shit you talking about.
Give us the language.
Speak it.
He has to give it to me first.
Hey, Kyle, I'm scared to speak. Hold on a second, guys. Everybody stop.
You're being a child.
Everybody stop.
You're crazy, sis.
Kyle, I'm scared to make you talk, but go ahead, bro. I'm very scared. I'm extremely terrified.
I'm be.
Yo, what's up, Kyle? What's up, Kyle? Yo, how you doing?
What's up, Rob? Peace, man. Peace, man.
Where you been at? Where you been at?
At the door, man.
Hey, I've been at, man. Bro. Trying to get big, son. Trying to get my weight up, bro.
Oh, you a gym?
Yeah.
That's what's up, man.
Yeah, but I have and peace to the sister, man. I have a question, and I was trying to get on, but Rob Bourne kind of opened up the door to the question, and my question is for you, sis. Is you said specifically that the Most High took you away from your language, and that the Hebrew that we have right now is not the original Hebrew, and you're making an assertion that the Hebrew was given by white people. Is that correct?
Okay, let me explain this to you. Thank you for coming on and being patient. All right.
Okay.
For actually letting me talk. Okay, let's get this correct. The Israelites in the Bible, all right, took their stuff and they got rid of it. They didn't care about it. They started worshiping their own God. They started to worship the gods of the Canaanites. They took on the ways of the Canaanites. They became one and saying, that's why Garfield is calling the Israelites the Canaanites, because they become so close to them that they become the same. Like right now, we don't know our own language. Why is that? How did that happen? All right then, because we lost our language. We gave it up. We gave up our land by choice. Okay.
Sis, I think
other group of people. Hold on.
You're not answering my question.
Let me just finish this. No other group of people. What's your question?
My question was, I asked you specifically, like, whose language do you believe that the Hebrew that is publicly known right now, is that a European language, or who brought forth that language?
So let's talk about this. We can use, Egypt is a very good example of what happened to Israel. When you look at the Medu Neter, the next language on the wall is the Proto-Semitic. Who wrote that? It was the Canaanites. And it got to the point where they come in, like the Canaanites are like this chameleon. They come in, they learn your stuff, and then they mix it with theirs. As you see, that's all over, and they kick you out. Like Amarna is still standing in Egypt. Okay? Yeah. Why is that? But where's I'm using a lot of logic here. Okay, let me give it to you.
No, you're not. No, you're not, because you're not. Listen, what I'm saying. You're not answering a question. You're talking about something that's completely. Hold on, let me finish. Like you're saying something that's completely unrelated to the question I'm asking you. I'm asking you a very specific question. I'm talking about the biblical text. You're talking about that's not your language. I'm saying, whose is it? That's all I'm asking. I don't care about Egypt or Syria. I'm asking whose language. That's what I'm asking. Do you understand the question? Do you understand the question? Okay, thank you.
I said this several times. The Canaanites' language. It's a
I'm not talking about the Canaanite language. You just said that.
That's what our language is, unfortunately, just like English.
Listen to what you're not listening to what I'm saying. I understand that Hebrew is a branch off of the Canaanite language. I'm asking you a simple question, because you're saying that the Hebrew language, as is vocalized today, as people speak it, as people write it down today, is not your original language.
No, because it's only 1,000 years old. It can't be.
Okay, if it's 1,000 years old, where the fuck is your language?
It's gone. Just like yours.
No. But listen. I want you to listen. I want to walk you through what you just said. Right? You're saying that this language was composed 1,000 years ago, correct? Because you just said it. Because you don't back up now. You just said this language was constructed 1,000.
I did not say it. No, that's not what I'm saying. Let me explain to you what I'm saying.
Hey, sis, you did that like 50 times today. You said something, and then you come back and say, "Oh, I didn't say that." She just did it to Rob on
the language. You said my language is 1,000 years old. That's not
you said that. I didn't say that. I asked you a question. You said that your language was 1,000 years. I asked a question, and this is.
You're crazy. You just heard me say we don't have a language. Did you not hear me say we don't have a language? Did you just not hear me say we don't have a language? Did you not just hear me say we don't have a language? So if we don't have a language, then how is Hebrew our language? The answer is done. It's finished. Stop. I'm done talking about it. I'm done. Shut it down, because I'm irritated. Because you clearly heard me saying that we don't have one no more. Then you're going to say it's Hebrew? Dude, you're tripping. You're lying.
Hold on, Kyle. Hold on.
I will not be disrespected.
Sis.
I will not be disrespected.
Sis. He ain't mean no disrespect, man. It's
yes, he did, because I clearly told him that I don't have a language no more. I clearly said to you that we don't have a language anymore, and that the Most High was going to preserve our language because our language got mixed.
Most High lied, sis. Most High lied to you. He lied to you.
I just want let me
hold on.
We still got time. I'm waiting on it.
I'm gonna ask you a question, right? You believe, and this is a quick question, right? Because we didn't even get to do this all day. And by the way, you invited to come on every Friday. Every Friday. I'm gonna give you that. You come on, get your slots. You could come on every Friday. Every Friday, just like I gave the Serbian Rasta every Wednesday, I'm gonna give you every Friday. You could come on every Friday. You could invite whoever you want to come on with you, and y'all could build. Listen to what I'm gonna say to you right now. Do you feel African Americans are the people in Deuteronomy 28?
Yes.
All right. Do you think there's other ways that we got to the Americas instead of the slave ships, as far as
Yes.
other directions? Some of us come from Europe.
Yes.
All right. Do you think that 70 AD 1 million went into West Africa?
Yes.
All right. Do you believe that there were black Jews in Europe who followed Torah?
Yes.
All right. Now, if that means
It's stupid as that sounded. That's how stupid you sounded.
Oh man, sis, come on, man, come on.
Because he's being disrespectful. I'm not being that way. I haven't laughed at you.
You're a
No.
You're a child of
Hey.
God. You're a child of the Most High.
Peace, everybody.
Hold on,
Over
man.
talking.
No class.
Time to
No
end the show,
class.
man. Time to
I
end
ain't
the
even-
show.
No class. Disrespect your sister
Bro,
like that. If
Garfield.
I was a white woman, would you do
Kyle,
that?
hold on, Kyle. We know you're a lover, not a fighter. We know that.
I
Stop
ain't
it.
even get to my
You're a
question,
cancer.
bro.
Stop
I
it.
ain't
Stop
even
it.
get my question.
Stop it. Hold on one second. Sis, now that we know what you believe in and where you come from, I'm going to say this to you right now. Is there a possibility that you're completely wrong?
How about you, Garfield? We haven't heard not one thing about
Hold
what
on, sis.
you
It's a simple question, sis. It's a simple question. Is it a possibility that do you believe in the New Testament or you just Old Testament?
I said at the beginning that I believed in the Bible in its entirety.
Okay, all right.
What is meant to be allegorical is allegorical. What's meant to be literal is literal.
Right. Do you believe Jesus is coming back?
Do I believe that Jesus? Yes.
Do you think he's coming back to cast judgment on the nations?
Yes.
All right. Do you think that you're going to some sort of hereafter, pardon the expression, or a heaven because
you got
of
jokes, Garfield. I can't stand you. But you my brother though. You know what? I had so much fun with y'all tonight.
I'm slowing it down because we didn't get to this.
Funny. I'm tired. I got kids I gotta feed. I ain't got time for y'all.
No, I'm just saying, do you believe that there's a heaven or a hereafter for those who believe in the Bible?
I believe in the lake of fire. I believe in all that good stuff.
All right.
All of that good stuff. I believe that Jonah was eaten by a whale, y'all. I believe the donkey talk. Oh yeah, let's get into that.
We ain't gonna get into that. All right,
I know we can get into it because I'm tired too.
Listen to what I'm saying.
This panel then got even bigger.
All right.
Yo, can I make a statement real quick, Garfield? Nobody could debate her. Nobody could debate her because that's your beliefs and you believe in it. You win. Just for every question that you just answered, your belief, and we can't win. But here's what I'm gonna say, Garfield, and I'm out of here. Yo, listen. The God of the Bible is a gorilla pimp. He's the gorilla pimp. Only 144,000 to be chosen, and they all fighting to be chosen.
But don't you descend from gorillas? But don't you descend from gorillas? But don't you descend from gorillas?
I'm just talking.
Ain't you ape ancestor? You hominid? Get out of here.
I know.
Ancestor hominid.
Your God is a jealous God.
Now you
with
mean
that ass.
Come on.
Yeah, now you
disrespectful to me. I'm just being that way with them. They don't like it though. They don't like it when the sisters
This is
do.
Rob on though. Rob on ain't disrespect you though.
I didn't nobody.
Rob on is a lover. He's not a fighter.
I didn't disrespect her either though, Garfield. Like I didn't say anything. I didn't even say anything. No, I simply asked you a question.
Kyle, why is the door in the background moving? You got a ghost in your house or something?
What happened?
The door in the back is moving. Why?
It's Yahweh. Yahweh.
Okay, let's check.
Yeah, Yahweh.
Yo, you win. You win, sis. You beat everybody up on the panel. We cannot defeat your belief, bro. That's it. You got it.
You can't debunk me.
You right. I can't. You got it, sis. Who going to? That's like talking to an advocate or anybody else who believes in something, and I'm trying to argue with them. You win. Nobody can do that.
Brother.
Shalom, sister. Can I please finish my question? Because I've been trying to get. This is just my question, guys. I would shut the hell up. I promise you.
I'll be on next Friday. I'll be on next Friday.
That's fine. Well, if you don't want to.
But you did disrespect her, Sister Kyle. You disrespected her. You used the FCK word.
Say that, bro.
You did.
Carry that on, man. Now you're gonna let Kyle respond to you and go back and forth. I ain't got.
All right.
So you ain't have to say that now, Valley. You ain't have to say that. You my dude.
I'm not paying attention now, Valley. And peace to you now, Valley, because you my brother regardless and whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to deal with it. I was asking you those questions because I'm trying to understand your logic, and it seems to be a lapse in your logic. Because what you said was that these texts that you deal with, that's in the square block Hebrew, what Aramaic or whatever you want to call it, you said that that's not your language, but that text is everything. Like that language is everything that you have and that you read and you believe in. So if you did not
Shalom,
make
my
that,
sis.
come on now, like, oh, now that's disrespectful. Like,
I'm
why?
sorry, my brother came on. I just was
I
happy.
don't.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just got one question.
No, it's not your turn, bro. I'm talking. Like y'all don't
Okay,
understand.
go
I'm
ahead.
talking.
Go
You know what
ahead.
I'm saying? Like, oh, man. Like what I'm saying is, according to your logic, you said that the Hebrew that is available right now is not original Hebrew, and I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna say, yeah, okay, you're right, right? So if you are right, then the text that you have, that you deal with, that you transcribe, and you read, and whatever you want to do with it, is not correct, because by your logic, because that's the same Hebrew that they use today. If you don't understand that, then you probably need to open up a Torah, a Tanakh, or something, and understand that everything is in there is not in. It's not in pictograph. It's not in no Paleo Hebrew. It's not in any of that stuff. It's in modern Hebrew and Aramaic. It's in the biblical Hebrew. Like, so how do you rectify in your mind saying that ain't our language, that ain't the real language, but then you go to it to prove you? Like, how do you like justify that for me?
I got a gist of what you're saying, and let's just help you out, brother, because you're kind of, you're all over the place. Let's help you out.
No, I'm not.
Shalom.
Shalom.
All right. So let me
up
say
here,
this to you,
man.
brother.
What
Okay.
do you tell?
See, the problem is that we have been brought into captivity for so long.
Not me.
You're under captivity right now.
That's
I'm
not my question.
Oh,
My
you're
question.
not.
The question has zero to
What
do
I
with
say?
captivity. My question has zero to do with your captivity. My question is specific. Your answer needs to be specific to answer my specific question. I'm asking you a specific question about the biblical narrative, the text that you deal with, that you just said is not your language, ma'am. So how do you use a language in a text for a religion that's not yours, and then say it's yours, but then disown the whole goddamn language?
Yeah, you have to insult her over a language because you don't have a claim.
My Bible is written in English, sir. So that's not. I don't
good
even.
question, Kyle.
I
Kyle
don't
is
know
a
what
very
you want me to
intelligent dude.
do. I mean, I'm sorry, my ancestors. But the Most High preserved the word, and that's why the Bible is translated into every single language. It's the #1 selling book of all time. It's never been debunked. Never, nothing. The Most High is in control.
Amen.
So
it is your language because the Most High gave it back to you, right?
English is my language right now. That's what the Bible's in. It's written in English now. I speak English. Isn't that
Yes, it will be spoken in every tongue. Why is that wrong?
It's spoken in every tongue.
I got a question for you. I got a question.
Who's that talking? Not Yavin. Who's that?
Mr. Garfield, this
up?
lady has
Who's
been
that?
so amazing. Please put a link to her channel in your description. God bless her. She has the Holy Spirit, if you didn't notice.
Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate the love. Thank you. Yes, subscribe.
Ain't nobody paying you. Ain't nobody
Shalom.
paying you.
Too easy.
Ain't nobody paying
God bless you.
Shalom.
EXO, shout out to you, EXO. Love you, man. All right, Yavin, let Yavin talk. Go ahead, Yavin. You've been waiting 10 hours.
Shalom.
Appreciate it. So the guy that asked my sister Naphtali the question, he said, her logic is very skewed. Well, since you don't believe in the Bible, you say it's false. What is your stance? What do you believe in? Do you have a formula for our people to get us out of our current condition?
So we can do that too.
Hold on, Kyle. Hold on a second. My brother, are you asking that question because you're a Bible believer and you feel your Bible is the only option? Or are you asking as a logical question for a solution? There is no solution for white supremacy except kill off everybody on the earth and start over from scratch.
Wait a minute.
White supremacy is an idea. Hold on, let me finish. White supremacy is an idea. God can't do nothing. He's been whooping God's ass. Your God has done nothing for us. So when all these black Christians who get killed and end up in jail falsely for not doing a crime, where was God at the time? Your God has done nothing for us. So if you're telling us to wait for this God and be a part of a wait and see program and carry on the modern day dumb virus, because that's all y'all doing. Y'all carrying out the work of the Spanish crown. Hold on, brother. Y'all carrying out the works of the Spanish crown. Once you use that book, you are working for the Spanish crown. You don't realize that? That's what you doing. You're
I
an
see
enemy
what.
to our people.
As soon as I asked my question, I noticed
up.
you got on my neck, but you didn't
You're
let
an
him answer
enemy
that.
to our people.
But you
If that's
let.
crazy talk. But look, listen to
No,
what Kyle says
I
now.
would like to respond to you.
Because you know.
Hold on.
No. I would love to respond.
Kyle,
Please let me.
tell him now. Look how Kyle go to school you now. Watch this. I'm gonna shut up.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, so good brother. First and foremost, on this conversation today, this is the first time that we've ever crossed paths, and I have never said that I don't believe in the Bible. So you
can't mic, bro. The most I cut your mic.
Nah, my mic at, man.
I can hear me. I can hear him.
Okay. Yeah, they can hear me. So what I'm saying is, I never said any of the things that you came on and asserted that I even said. So first of all, you need to, if you want to make that assertion, just ask me the question, bro. You know what I'm saying? But to your second question is, what do we have that's better than the Bible? We have reality, sir. We have the fact that you can get up out yourself and go educate yourself in the world that you live in and understand how to better yourself so you can put your family, your friends, and your loved ones in a better position. You know what I'm saying? So if for instance, let's give a scenario. If one person is sitting in home thinking about something and that another person gets up and does something, which person would be more productive in 2021? It's gonna be the person that puts action into it. I don't believe in anything. I do shit. I do stuff. I'm talking like a man, so I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I do things, and it will be advantageous for you as a brother and a sister to go out and do things. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you want to believe in God, okay, cool.
I go out and do things, best believe it. But
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but so like I don't need a religion for me to go out and do things. You know what I'm saying? And I can guarantee you that if you try to do things without God giving God the credit, those things that you do, they will still be brought forth. So it shows me that me believing in a God has no significance into my reality. It's just a thought process. The same way that a kid believes that when his tooth falls out, the tooth fairy gives him a quarter or $1 or whatever he's getting. It's a belief system. You're attributing that dollar to a tooth fairy. You're attributing your success to a God. I'm attributing my success to my own well-being, my own effort, my own doings. And I don't have to give
while paying the white man taxes, while the white man got his foot on your neck. You attributing your success. Hold on. You talked for like 5 minutes.
That's true. Go ahead.
You're attributing your success to going out and doing things while taking orders from the white man. See, the Bible said, if my people keep my law, statutes, and commandments, I will put them above all nations. See, I go out and do things too. You're still a slave in this system. Hold on.
No, interrupt him.
But the difference between me and you.
I'm gonna kill this right now. Go ahead. Talk.
I see why you had to jump down my neck when I asked that question. Because that question is the one question that y'all don't have, and I'm challenging the core foundation of your ideology system. See, the Bible gives us a formula. The Bible gave us a formula.
Isn't a formula. The Bible.
Oh, it's not. It's not.
Hey, can y'all let that brother speak?
I will give you.
Y'all let that brother speak.
Hey, everybody stop. Haven said a beautiful thing. He said the Bible says if you follow the laws and the commandments. Now, black folks who have read this book and been following the commandments, do you want me to show the pictures of all the Israelites who followed the laws, who's been killed? You remember the guy in South Carolina who got shot in the face, the Hebrew Israelite? Where was God at that time? Where was God to protect him when that cracker shot him right in his face when they argued over land? Where was he? And he was following the laws and the commandment. Stop that bullshit, bro. Don't come here on my channel with that bullshit. It don't work.
It's bullshit.
Guess what? This is the only God that don't answer anybody's prayers. Think about it. If you follow his laws and his commandments, he protects you. But yet still the most persecuted people in the world ever has been Jews or Hebrews.
Then what's the formula? Since you claim that's not right, what is the formula? Give me a formula. Give me
know
the
what
formula.
is? Listen, the formula we can't
Because
answer in 2 minutes, but watch this.
so you
What
believe
we
you have
can
no
do is,
power.
what we can
So
do.
according to what he said,
hold on, don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, go ahead.
We are going to do anything in our power to be individualist and not be a part of the conspiracy of control. Because if that man knows what you believe in, he dictates the formula of how to treat you. And
He's
what you do,
dictating you
bro,
regardless.
hey, you are holding our people by pushing this. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because if he knows what you believe, he knows what not to fear. The white man don't fear your ass because you believe in the book that he follows. He knows you ain't gonna pick up no gun and shoot nobody. That's why you ain't on no black identity extremist list, because you are a punk for this white man. You are a punk.
No, it's you. It's you. It's not me. It's not me, and it's not Sister Naphtali. It's you, Negroes, because y'all are adhering.
Real quick,
yeah. How is your life better than mine? Because you got a promise. Somebody promised.
We're all in the same situation, but the difference between me and you.
So how are you telling us to believe what you believe then?
I asked you, since you say my belief system is not right, give me a formula to get the white man.
The first formula: stop believing in the Bible. First formula: leave it alone. It's not our book.
Oh, so it's according to. It's according to.
Burn that shit. Burn it.
Okay, now if you tell me to stop believing in the Bible, how are we going to get the white man's foot off our neck? How are we going to stop being slaves? As long as we're paying taxes, obviously you got the formula.
No, that's a great question.
Give me your formula.
You want us to get on the God side that used to help the cracker to enslave us? Are you an idiot? Yo, I'm done with this, man.
I see how I'm wrong, y'all. I see how y'all get upset because you know this is the one.
I'll talk to y'all later, man.
Damn, y'all just rolled him up out of here, huh?
Off, man. I'm gonna kick everybody out. I love y'all, man. I ain't got time for this. I'm out.
Garfield, you silly. You called that man an idiot.
Hey, Rob, you got
silly,
something else?
bro.
Naphtali, close out, Naphtali. Say something else. Naphtali, close out, sis.
Huh?
You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You want to say a prayer or something before we leave?
Yeah, I'm not in the business of saving souls. I ain't a Christian, but I want to tell everybody thank you so much for having me on tonight. And
I don't see Thunder.
Thunder not here. Yeah, that's my baby.
Sweet.
I like Thunder.
You like thunder? I like lightning. All right, watch out. I'm
But
almost done, okay? I'm almost done. Give me 5 minutes, okay?
But I don't see Danla anywhere.
Danla's scared of daddy. Danla's scared. He's scared. Yeah, what's up?
Yes, I just want to thank you, Garfield, for having me on, giving me this opportunity. When I tell you guys, I had so much fun tonight.
Hey, tell your husband I said next time come with some better information. Tell him I said that. Tell him Garfield said come with something better.
No. My husband. Who's my husband? Who's my husband?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sis. I really trust me. I really appreciate
that was my information. I wasn't coached by anybody. That's me all day. I don't know what that comment was supposed to mean, but you know.
But he was there in the background telling you to say stuff. We heard him.
And Josh was telling you to say stuff too. Is that your husband?
Nah, stop that. Come on, sis. Now you violate. All right, I'll see you next Friday.
Bye, Garfield. Bye, everybody.
I'm gonna have to withdraw the Dagger Squad invitation for now. We talk in the inbox. All right, peace. All right, peace. Yeah, Rob. What you say now? Let me bring back 93 too, man. 93, come back in.
Hey, y'all, wow, bro. Oh wow, she just violated on her way out.
Oh man, you gonna make every Christian hate me for this show. I'm gonna put it on private. Oh man.
Hey, so did y'all
for the Spanish crown?
Did y'all address her points?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, because I came in and y'all was talking about some Hittite, and I seen Robborn. Big up to Robborn. He don't respond to my inboxes, but big up to him.
Yo, bro, I barely be in the messenger, man. Everybody keeps telling me that shit, bro.
Wrong profile, bro. You're hitting the wrong profile.
Oh, okay.
And I'm
gonna find him on Clubhouse.
Yes, he is on Clubhouse. Yo, I heard Rod Dalton got smoked by Ngozi the other day. He talking about how he smoked Ngozi. He inboxed me. See, I smoked him. I'm like, yeah, all
right. I ain't saying no names, but it's
off. I heard Ngozi went off when he said Fulani's Hebrews. He said, I'm Fulani, nigga. What the hell is goofy nigga talking about? I'm Fulani. Shit. Damn. I'm vexed y'all can't record, man. Damn, man. I missed all of that. Damn, I gotta be on Clubhouse more, yo.
Nah, that could just be happening on the spur of the moment, bro. Motherfuckers
Yeah,
just
that's what I know.
popping in.